Yo, what's up, guys? Another day, another thought. Welcome all to another edition of the Double Thought Show, where we discuss themes and topics, relevant themes and topics, I have to say, touching on them from an objective perspective. I'm RJ, as you all know, and I'm here with my co-host, KaiR. KaiR, what's up, man? Another wild week.
It's been a very interesting week. I think the topic we will discuss today, you guys probably seen it already on the thumbnail. That topic is really spiraling out of control at this point. The crazy stories are getting out. But also, besides that, there are also other things happening all over the world. Crazy news, as always. And yeah, let's talk about, I think, the biggest news right now. I think that's the most important one.
Yeah, definitely. Are you talking about the midterm elections? No, of course not. We have a lot to get to in today's shows, guys. Hey, guys, thank you. Before we continue, thank you to everyone who's tuning in to our live show. We really appreciate all of your support, as well as everyone watching the rebroadcast. We have a lot to get to into in today's show, and we are focusing today's theme on, of course, the FTX story, or should I say, financial scandal.
Yes.
The end, and the question is, you guys see it in the in the title as well of today's show. Does this mark the end of crypto? Is it the beginning of the end? Well, it's not the beginning because there have been some things developing already, but we're going to touch on this topic today to discuss whether or not this is the end of today's show. So let's see if everything's working, if you guys can hear us. What did you say?
You said the end of today's show, but I don't think it is.
No, it's not the end of today's show. No. Guys, just let us know if you can hear us by pressing 1 in the chat, so we know that you guys can hear us correctly, that we're not struggle streaming, as TLA would put it.
Yes.
We just want to make sure that you guys don't miss out on anything.
In the meanwhile, if you guys also can press the like button, subscribe, follow us on social media, Instagram, YouTube, and of course, Facebook, where we post basically short updates on the topics that we will drop every day. We share clips that's going pretty well. We're getting kind of good traction out of that. And yeah, we share the most interesting clips and also these days shorts.
Yeah, we started with shorts as well, guys. We're experimenting with shorts. It's also a pretty we as you guys know, we're building it as we fly. And definitely we're seeing the results of your support. So we really want to thank you once again. Thank you so much for your support.
Yes.
So guys, before we proceed, as usual, our disclaimer, this show is for entertainment purposes only. We're not financial advisors or life advisors or any kind of advisors, especially with regards to today's show. The purpose of the show is purely to provide entertainment and share thoughts and opinions with our followers and to hear the thoughts and opinions of our followers. For personal or financial advice, we urge you to seek out advice from the respective professionals in the field in which you seek assistance.
Yes, don't seek advice from someone endorsing a brand. That's all I'm gonna say for now.
Yeah.
Anyway, as usual, guys, I'm going off tracks, but let's get it back on the tracks. Every beginning and the end of the show, we usually have the random thought of the day, and we always start with RJ because, as he says, I might put the show in danger with my loose cannon of going off the rails. So let's start safe. RJ, please share. Well, not saying start safe, but let's start with RJ. RJ's random thought of the day, please. You have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, KR. Well, in today's random thought of the day, I'd like to express why I believe that Elon Musk will successfully turn around Twitter. It's not a secret that the acquisition or Musk's acquisition of Twitter has not been smooth, to say the least.
To say the least.
Well, there are a lot of things that happened. First, of course, you had the fact that he started with the process and he wanted to stop the process of the acquisition. Then he continued with it. So it was a whole quagmire. But when he eventually took over Twitter, and that's been like a couple of weeks back, so many things have happened.
It's almost a month by now, I think.
Yeah, almost. I think it was it was like 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. But so a lot of things happened. First of all, he started with a love letter to his employees saying that they were no longer allowed to work from home. So that caused an uproar.
Come
But
back.
then, yeah, we miss you. But then he started a termination campaign of labor agreements. So he fired people. Approximately 50% of full-time employees and 80% of freelance staff members were fired within the first couple of weeks. So to give an idea, Twitter had approximately 7,500 employees before the acquisition, so until the end of October. And after Musk took over, he fired approximately 50%. So now there are 3,000, or there were, I have to say, because of course there were more things have happened afterwards. But after he fired the 50% of people, there remained approximately 3,700 employees. Now you would think that he was done with his implementation or implementation process, but no. What he did afterwards, he actually sent or gave each employee an ultimatum to sign a statement in which they would pledge to work long hours at high intensity. And if they didn't, if a failure to do so would lead to them getting fired, and they would receive a severance pay in 3 months as a result. Now, what do you think the employees did? Of course, did they take it? No, of course not. They decided to make a surprising chess move and started to resign in mass. So it's reported that hundreds of employees have resigned in a short period of time, so much so that Musk was forced to, or Twitter, I should say, was forced to close down certain branches. Now, that's probably something that's temporary, but it did happen, or it is happening, I have to say. But I do believe that despite all these setbacks, Musk will be able to turn around Twitter. And I have a couple of reasons for that I'd like to share. First of all, when you give someone an ultimatum, you know that there's a chance that they will say no. That they will. So you're basically, in your mind, calculating or estimating that, or no, I'll go one step further. You're hoping that some people will say, oh no, I'm not gonna work with this, because then you wouldn't need to fire them. So that's the first reason. And the reason why I believe that, despite the fact that Musk didn't count on so many people quitting, I don't believe that it's such a big of course, in short term wise, it's a big it's a crisis, but I don't think long term it's going to be a big crisis, because Musk has had to foresee this. So I don't think it's such a big deal. Second of all, despite what I said in the first reason, let's say with regards to the first reason, the dismissals or the mass dismissals actually seems to have had an effect on Musk, because he has reversed the remote work policy. It's reported that Musk found himself forced to reverse the policy in the sense that people would be able to work from home. However, that the managers of those employees would need to carry all the risk in case it doesn't work out. So, in other words, all the managers now are forced to make sure that the employees actually perform as they should.
Accountability.
It's accountability. So you turn it around. Yeah. So it's great. Let's say in short term, it seems like, or let's say you would think that the employees won. And maybe they did. It's a small win, but you can say they won the battle. But I don't think they won the war, especially not the managers now. But third, and perhaps the most important reason is because Musk has a track record of running successful companies. Yeah, and furthermore, he has a record of saving companies. We all know that he did it multiple times with Tesla. He's probably doing it at this moment as well. Now, that being said, I do think that there's an Achilles heel that we need to take into account. And I believe that's his ego / his ambition. I want to explain what I mean by that. Robert Greene, the writer of the best-selling books 48 Laws of Power, The Art of Seduction, and the Laws of Human Nature, once said that being ambitious... What, the 50th Laws of Power?
Yeah, that was with 50 Cent.
50 Cent, yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. Sorry, continue. My bad.
No, you're not interrupting. You're adding. That was the black cover. I remember that as well. But so in that, so Robert Greene said that showing ambition, being ambitious or showing ambition is not a problem on itself. However, it's important that you do not show all of your ambition, especially if you're a very ambitious person. Especially not to employees, because you can overwhelm them. So if you don't show enough ambition, they don't respect you. And if you show too much, you overwhelm them. And in an interview with Patrick Bet-David of the Valuetainment YouTube channel, shout out to Patrick Bet-David and the Valuetainment team, Greene expressed his opinion stating that Musk, according to him, has no self-control because he just says what comes to his mind, and he clearly shows you that he feels like he's better than you. And that it triggers people and causes resentment. So I believe that Musk will thrive. However, in order to thrive, I believe he also has to put a management team in place and step back so that his employees do not feel his presence and or involvement in the company as they do now. If he can manage to contain his ego, and I realize that that's a very big if for Elon especially, I believe that Twitter will grow to become a company that would be even bigger than what it was before Musk acquired it. KR, that's my random thought of the day.
Okay. You forgot one thing though.
Tell me.
Maybe it's not that as bad for him that extra people resigned, because as you know, or you might know, or maybe there is a speculation out there that Twitter might move to Texas.
For tax purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a bad thing for him if more people resigned, because then he has doesn't have to pay the moving costs of those employees who want to move as well. So
yeah, but there is a tipping point, right? So
that is a tipping point,
you can't have, if everyone quits, you don't have a company.
Yeah, you'll find people, man. You'll find
Yeah,
people. And I don't know if it's too early for him to give the keys to someone else.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it's a bit too early right now.
Maybe it is. Yeah, we'll see.
But
time will tell.
We'll see. Time will tell. Or he will run it into the
like his boring company.
That's a great one.
Yeah,
put that one on a shirt.
Or on a short.
Or on a short, yeah. Anyway, yes, thank you guys. Before we continue, I want to also say again, please, guys, like the video. That way, the algorithm picks us up and basically recommends our videos or this live also to people who might be interested in this topic, because I think this is a big topic we're going to talk about today.
Definitely.
The FTX scandal. As Archie already said, the theme of today is FTX, is the FTX scandal the end of crypto? In order to discuss this, we will dive deep into, first of all, what is FTX, where they came from. You guys might know them, might have seen the ads. They had great ads. They had great ads. Couple of ones where you think, oh, hindsight is 2020. You shouldn't have made this one. But gotta talk about how they started. Who did they partner with? Because they grew very, very fast.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about the operation. How they were operating. We will look up at a couple of videos. We look at a couple of videos. We will look at, of course, politics, crypto, the aftermath. And after that, we're going to discuss further how it all went and how it will continue. Because, of course, we are still in the early phases. People are still trying to run away from the authorities. So I heard.
Allegedly.
Not allegedly. Some people might have fled the scene of the. Cannot say the word. I almost said it. Anyway, so let's start right away. FTX. We have a video of Nas Daily, who basically covered FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried for comedic purpose. We might call him Fried. This show, but yes. So we have Nas. Can you guys hear the sound?
Yeah.
Okay. So, just for context, we are going to play the second video of Nas, but this is his second video about Sam, and he's gonna ask himself what happened.
What the hell just happened? This is insane. 9 months ago, I flew all the way to the Bahamas using my own money to tell you the story of a crypto billionaire named Sam who wanted to donate all his money to charity. He had this idea called earn to give, which means you make money and become rich so you can help the world.
Sounds really great.
Sounds great.
Let's continue.
Tastes like Kool-Aid.
What did you say? Repeat it again.
I said it tastes like Kool-Aid.
Grape Kool-Aid.
Grape.
It's a good idea, and I wanted to amplify it. Not the crypto side of things, but the charity side of things. Earn to give, especially if you're a billionaire. But 9 months later, the craziest thing happened. Sam's company, FTX, went bankrupt, and this was not a normal bankruptcy. It was a fraud. He tried to hide it, but people discovered the truth only last week. Customer funds are lost in the billions. My friend's entire life savings are lost last week. This is the biggest scandal in the history of crypto. This is a shock to everyone. The world's smartest investors gave him $2 billion. Celebrities were paid to endorse him. He was on the cover of Fortune, Forbes, and Nas Daily. No one knew.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a good one.
That's
He
a
said
good
it.
one. Yeah,
You can hear it in his voice. It was a joke, though. But
yeah. Of course, of course.
yeah,
what he was hiding until today. I feel sad for the customers and my friends. I feel sad for the world of crypto. I still believe in it. And also, I feel sad for the world of philanthropy. Now, Twitter is full of people saying charity giving is a scam. Be careful of philanthropic people. People saying charity giving is a scam. Be careful of philanthropic people. Be careful of anyone that wants to donate his wealth. This is affecting real charities out there. Just hear it from Joe.
My team spent months.
sorry, I had to go back to see if the tweets, what dates they were posted, but they were
Right.
all, let's say, the same date, and also not really. Probably it's a summarization of all the tweets.
Okay.
Planning for a fundraiser to help fight health worker burnout, and that's all in shambles right now. I imagine that there are many charities that have been hurt by the situation and are having difficulties right now focusing on their mission to serve those most vulnerable in their community.
People lost money, but also people lost trust in crypto, in people, in each other. I am losing trust in people too. And I shouldn't. I shouldn't let one person's mistake destroy my trust in everything and everyone. In 24 hours, I am going to delete the original video from Nas Daily. But I will not lose trust in the goodness of people, not from this. And I hope you don't lose it either.
Great message at the end.
Yeah. Shout out to Nas Daily though. He's makes good content, and it's a shame that you put like Nas Daily really works hard on his brand to make sure that he wants to it's clear that he wants to put more positivity in the world. And I remember seeing this clip. Now that you're showing it, I've seen it, but I haven't watched it. But I've seen probably the first couple of minutes due to the title. Probably it had a good title.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a shame that Nas Daily would need to post something, almost something negative. Although they did a good job, closing it with on a positive note.
Yeah.
But it's still a shame that they would need to do it in the first
They
place.
had to remove the clips. They had to remove the clip.
Yeah.
It was removed. It was really removed.
Yeah.
But guess what?
However,
Your boy got the clip. Let's play the clip, the original clip.
okay.
Is the most generous billionaire in the world.
Hi, my name is Sam.
Ever since he was a kid, Sam wanted to get super rich and give his money to charity. One day, he noticed a difference in the price of Bitcoin. It was $11,000 in Japan and $10,000 in America. So he started trading and made $20 million. He became a trader full-time and started a crypto trading company called FTX. Now it's worth more than $40 billion in 2 years, and he's not even 30 years yet. Now, Sam, all the way in the Bahamas, is planning to donate billions to charity, to fund animal welfare, COVID-19 efforts, climate work. Last year, he gave away $50 million. Sam's story is proof there is nothing wrong with making a lot of money as long as you use that money to help the world. That's 1 minute. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. It's true.
It's true.
Because it's true. It still holds true today. However, it sounds too good to be true.
It was.
It was.
20
Anyway,
hindsight. It was.
it was, yeah.
I mean,
That
maybe
that
when we
might that might have been why I didn't finish watching the video. Let's say uh, when I first encountered it, because but that's something personal to me. I think business is business and charity is charity, and I don't really believe in the social entrepreneurship. I think I'm a big skeptic about that whole um, branch or sector of business. It's either you're in business or in charity. And I believe when you're running a business, you need to run the business to earn money, and with the surplus, with the extra gainings, you give to charity. That's what I believe.
So you don't mix business with charity,
No,
just
I
like
don't.
you don't mix business with pleasure.
No. Or when they do, it's for tax purposes. So I believe a business, so charity from the heart, I believe should always come from your personal pockets. The business,
Should your name be on it?
well, I
Is it
don't
from
like
the heart?
I don't like for me it's not necessary. For
Hmm.
me it's not necessary. But some people use it for branding, especially so that's the reason why I believe that companies when companies are involved in charity donations, they oftentimes get a tax benefit. So the question is it really charitable? I believe charity should come from the heart and from the personal pockets.
Well, anyway, SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, basically was named the most generous billionaire of his time, and his time was short. Uh, that's definitely a short.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
Anyway, guys, it's we're gonna go to the main part of the show. We showed you basically those two clips so you could have an insight in who Sam is and what his goal is. So you can see here he was on the cover of Forbes as one of the youngest billionaires ever at age 29. He had a quite fast rise to the billion. RJ, do you know who also was on the cover of the Forbes? Who also had a pretty fast rise but plunged to the ground?
Let me guess. You just need to give me one hint. Does this person...
I'll give you one hint. Give me a second. Let me think. Not drugs.
Not drugs.
It was a startup.
It was a startup. Was it a female?
Very warm.
Does his first name start with E? Her first name.
Yeah.
Does her last name start with H and ends with Ohms?
You should have asked, is she pregnant?
Is she pregnant? Elizabeth Holmes.
Yes. Where's that?
Yeah, we should get an applause for that. We should get an applause for that.
Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Holmes was sentenced yesterday to 11 years for her part of fraud with her startup Theranos, where she basically defrauded investors and claimed her solution for it was, I think, it had something to do with blood. That's why I did the
Right.
thing. But anyway, it wasn't working, but she continued perpetrating the fraud with her startup, and then it suddenly collapsed, just like FTX. Even though FTX had different reasons why it collapsed. By the way, did you know that she's pregnant right now?
No, from the remark you made, I know, but I
She
didn't
is.
know before it. No, I didn't know before it. Well,
What a struggle life is that.
uh,
Born in the penitentiary. The kid wants
born
to.
in the system. Yeah.
Let's not laugh about it. Well,
Yeah.
the kid is
Well,
the
well, do you know that sometimes, or oftentimes, the in criminal cases, so you
Mhm.
have two things, right? You can either whether the person is guilty or not. That's the first step.
Mhm.
And if that person is guilty, then the second question would be, of course, there are more criteria. I'm shortening it, but the second question would be, what should the punishment be? And with regards to the punishment, the judge not only looks at the maximum that is stated in the law, but also the personal circumstances. And oftentimes, women will use the fact that they have children as a reason to at least minimize their punishment. So they would say,
exposure.
but then a common reaction of judges would be, yeah, but you knew that beforehand. Now, in this case, I don't know. Does he have other children? I don't know.
No,
But
this is the first.
yeah, so
And she got pregnant during the trial.
it is pretty convenient.
She might have tried to pull that one. She might have
Uh,
tried what you're describing. She might wanted to try to pull that.
Yeah, maybe, but
Maybe
it's not.
maybe
It's not.
has worked.
Maybe, but all jokes aside, it is a shame for the child,
Yes,
to
definitely.
be born in a situation like that. It's not optimal at all. It's not. No, you don't wish that on anyone.
I don't know how old she is, but also probably well, anyway,
Yeah.
let's not discuss that.
Yeah.
But that's so both people were on Forbes. So if I end up on Forbes, guys, pray for me.
If you end up on Forbes, I might need to distance myself from you.
Anyway, guys, Sam Bankman-Fried or Fried officially SBF. SBF, just like AOC.
Hey, but you can't. That's a pretty interesting name to have.
And you're in banking.
And you're in banking and in the financial sector, right?
And he fried that bank
And
up.
you fried it up. Yeah. You fried it up.
So Sam basically founded FTX. First, he founded Alameda Research, which is I think Nas Daily also said he was trading in Japan and America, basically doing what is called the arbitrage trading, where you buy basically high at one marketplace and sell. So buy low at one marketplace and sell high at the other. That also happened in the past in Japan, which I will talk about later. That was the first big crypto scandal. This is like, I think, the third or the fourth by now, but this is definitely the biggest one. Basically, he started Alameda Research first as a trading company and was making a lot of money with that. And then he started FTX, which is a trading currency exchange, trading currencies, cryptocurrencies, and basically investment. At least that's how they marketed it, for all kinds of investment. From if you want to invest in chicken, and I can't recall. He said something very weird in his presentation. It wasn't chicken. It was, I think, I can recall. Anyway, he wanted to make it basically a exchange for not only crypto but much more. And in order to do that, in order to grow and to reach the mainstream audience, he needed funding and also familiar faces,
celebrities,
to endorse his
business.
I wanted to say shenanigans, but didn't know if I wanted to use that. But we're gonna look at a couple of ads, because they were running ads the past year, a lot of ads to get their user base up. They wanted to grow exponentially quick. Sometimes you can grow way too quick.
Too fast.
About it. I got another.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back. Hey, we see here two people we might have talked about a couple of shows back. Or is it one show back?
It was the last show. It was the last show,
was
man.
the last show, okay.
Right.
I don't know.
Where we discussed their divorce, and especially the financial aspect of the divorce. We didn't take this into account.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, who would have thought? Yeah.
Everything coming together at Double Touch Show.
At the Double Touch Show.
Let's play it.
Can I talk to you about something?
Yeah, we talked about it. I got another 10 years left. Maybe 15.
Not that. This is big. What do you think? Are you in?
You know what? I'm in. Let's call everyone.
Hang on a minute. Ah, how dare you call this number? Okay, I'm in. Whatever.
Who's that?
That was my mom.
Hey, don't eat that.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm in.
I'm in. Hey, Arthur, I quit.
I'm in.
T-Bone, is it the downstairs toilet again?
Hello, Tom. Doggy coin? Sue, Mark.
Are you in? I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in. All right, this last one might be tough.
Nah, he loves you.
Margaret's getting on the dentist. This guy. First, even if you wanted to come back, we wouldn't take you.
Yes, you would.
Yeah, we would.
You're right, we would. What's up?
I'm getting into crypto with FTX. You in?
We're providing gives 360-degree access to the crypto markets with the ability to trade everything from alts to DeFi. I believe I'm in, but still hate you.
Understood.
Take care. Best of the family.
Is he in?
Yep,
Did he say he hates you?
he did.
Even on the phone, that guy sounds handsome.
That's a good commercial, man.
It's a good commercial. They played a lot of hindsight is 2020.
He even convinced in the commercial. He even convinced the Bostonians who hate him.
Not only that, I think this part was the most funniest when I think it's this part, right? That he says,
No, before that, I think.
Not to you about something?
Yeah, we talked about it. I got another 10 years left. Maybe 15.
Not that. This is big.
now they are divorced. Oh my god.
Hindsight is 2020, man.
Yo, this ad was made to fail.
Yeah.
Well, that's the first ad we are going to show. They had different partnerships. One of the big partnerships they had was with the Miami Heat, NBA NBA team. And basically what they did was they started a sponsorship with him. It's sponsorship deal.
FTX has arrived.
Can you guys hear it?
In Trail 5. So I just got one question. You in Miami?
If you D's in, you know I'm in.
Punto.
Of course I'm in. Why you gotta ask?
I like the sound of that.
You like the sound of everything.
Trading crypto with FTX? I'm in.
Is this about the new FTX arena?
We're in. Our city, our team, FTX. You in Miami?
Yeah,
Short,
man.
powerful. Are you in? They keep asking everyone, are you in?
Yeah.
You in? You better not be in, man. FTX was based in the Bahamas. They were promoting to the US, but they were trying to go international as well. In order to do this, they were tapping even the African market.
The African market.
Let's see what they're
Gold
trying.
market.
The gold market. I mean, there's a lot of people in Africa that also use crypto, or I think they have a payment system which is very popular with the mobile phones. But let's see what they're trying to do in Africa. What they were trying to do in Africa.
In Africa, people are mobile money native. Here, people have found the way to mix the reality with what's happening digitally.
People, when they think of crypto, they only think of coins. They don't think bigger. I think it's time for Africa to also be part of the world's innovation. Totally ecstatic about this partnership. I really feel that it's going to be a game changer for both companies.
YahooFinance knows the market very well, knows the regulator landscape very well.
These are people that understand the local market, understand local nuances.
We know what it takes to make a crypto company go live in these markets. It's the last piece in the puzzle to connect FTX's killer platform with our robust infrastructure.
This partnership is a way for Africans to get directly into Web3.
This story is important to prepare people into the next phase of life, into the next step of technology.
Yeah, man.
Another thing that's also, they have, now these are going to be the last 3 ads I'm going to show. The last one is, I think, most exciting to me. Maybe to others as well, but I'm gonna start first.
It's your personal favorite.
This one, no.
No, the last one. The last one.
The last one, yes, the last.
Yeah.
I always keep the best as last.
All right. Curious to see what it is.
This one is waiting. It's called waiting of the price of waiting.
Go say hello.
Maybe later. Hi, I'm Steve. You're adorable.
You're hilarious.
You want to get married?
Are you serious? Yes.
Do you?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
You're married.
Oh, I'm pregnant. It's a boy!
I'm so happy.
Portfolio by FTX. Buy and sell Bitcoin, Ethereum, and more. Download now.
It's a good ad as well.
It's quality wise, they have very good ads.
And the message is clear. Yeah.
Get in while you still can.
Literally.
Oh man, I mean, hindsight is always 2020, but right now you can only laugh at these things because it's so obvious. It's so the previous ad, when I watched it the first time, I was like, this is literally when you grow too fast. When you go too fast, you will always crash.
Yeah.
Which is also what probably happened with this business, which we are going to dive deeper into later.
Yeah.
You want to say something?
No, I just wanted to say that that's something Patrick by David always says. It says the sign that there are two signs that are indicative that a company will fail. Either it's growing too slow or it's growing too fast. And in this case, it grew way too fast.
Too fast, yeah. I mean, again, Brady was a center point of a lot of their ads. He was also an investor.
Would you say that he was the biggest endorser?
You had other people as well, Steph Curry.
Maybe,
is Steph Curry bigger worldwide?
Yeah, or maybe, or let me change my question. Was he the face of his so FTX's commercials the most compared to other celebrities?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay,
definitely. So let's play it.
Want to do one more? Hang on. There's a possibility of a trade.
Tom Brady wants a trade. Could he be coming home?
What did I say? Oh my God,
As a pet, I find this very, very disturbing.
I really like this.
Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this. This kid is digging up his shirt. Oh my God. Let me go 1 second back.
Yeah, trade. We're telling everyone.
I heard she wants to be in LA.
$2, go. I'm hearing Denver.
I give you the new City Hall. Take that, Tampa.
Trade? Are you sure? Not a trade. I'm trading crypto. FTX is the safest and easiest way to buy and sell crypto.
That line didn't age well. Let me rewind that.
Poorly.
And that's an understatement.
Yeah.
Sure? Not a trade. I'm trading crypto. FTX is the safest and easiest way to buy and sell crypto. It's the best way to get in the game.
Just trading crypto.
Oh.
Hey, y'all. It's not coming. Not coming.
Well,
I don't know what to say.
It's again another good commercial.
Oh, but it's a good commercial. By the way, I'm gonna add another one because I talked about Steph also being part of this this group. I'm gonna add his ad as well because that I'm not gonna say anything. Just watch. Just watch.
Steph Curry, the world's leading expert on cryptocurrency.
I'm not.
He's not making pasta, he's printing crypto.
No.
He mines Bitcoin from a giant block of ice.
Definitely not.
Okay, quit messing around, man. Give me some tips on crypto.
No.
But you are an expert, right?
No, I'm not an expert, and I don't need to be. With FTX, I have everything I need to buy, sell, and trade crypto safely.
Can you at least teach me how to shoot free throws?
No, that's Shaq, I believe, right?
It really sounds like Shaq.
It sounds like Shaq. Yeah, I don't know if it's
the voice.
Yeah, especially I thought so at the beginning, but especially when he said at the ending or at the end, yeah, teach me how to shoot free throws.
Oh, that is Shaq. Yeah,
that
is Shaq. Now you're saying it, yeah. Well, yeah, not an expert.
Yeah,
he needs to keep dribbling the ball. Don't endorse things just for money. I think this will be a not gonna say it can be a lesson, but endorsing stuff nilly-willy just for money.
Yeah, but at the same time, I can't really blame him, because if you see all the big names, the big companies that were involved, who also invested as a player or as a person, you think that you can't help but think that it's safe. So I believe, I don't really fault him for this one. No. I really fault him for this.
Okay. Now, I'm not faulting anyone. I'm just saying a lesson for everyone in the future to do due diligence. Because, I mean, at the end, and we're going to talk about this later, their name are getting dragged also right now.
Yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. But to be honest, I just want to see the last video, because you got me curious, man.
Okay. My guy. And this is going to be really the most outstanding of them all.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see the title.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. What does it do?
It rolls.
Yeah, so does a bagel, okay? A bagel you can eat. One of the worst ideas I've ever heard.
Brother David, behold, it's a fork. I got 10 forks right here, baby. Am I right? My lord? What is it? A toilet, my lord.
A toilet? You expect this court to do its business inside? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
It's coffee. It's new.
Oh, it's awful.
You don't like it?
I'm all jittery and feel like I got a big job coming on.
Hancock, you sign first.
No king! Gentlemen, have you taken leave of your senses?
The people shall have right to vote.
Even the stupid ones?
Yes.
Stupid people vote?
Yes.
Edison, can I be honest with you? It stinks. Does your wife know what's going on here?
She knows I go to work.
You're wasting your time, and it's sad. You might as well put the dishes in the shower.
Hey, Catherine, what's cooking? We're putting a man on the moon.
Are you out of your mind? I can't even get tuna without celery. Nobody's going to the moon, ever.
Why not?
It's too far. It's far. It's really far. It's far.
我々の未来はポータブルミュージックです。
バカか。バカか。わかるだろう。わかるだろう。わかるだろう。
出ていけ！
みんな言うのか怖いんだああだからバタリがいつも言うでしょバタリどこバタリ
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Yo. This is just I'm gonna replay this part because this is just.
He was finally right.
He was finally. Hey, man.
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Oh, man.
Yo, this was a good one. This was a good one. Yo, and he was finally right.
And he was finally right. And this became a meme last week.
Yeah?
Yes, it became a meme. Because it's Larry David, first of all.
Yeah.
Comedy legend. And of course, he's saying
I'm never wrong about it.
I'm never wrong about it. Oh, this is it's remarkable how this all unfolded with these guys. So let's talk about the partnerships they had.
Yeah. And guys, before we proceed, thank you everyone for tuning in the live show. We really appreciate your support. Remember to show your support by giving us a thumbs up, liking the video, subscribing to our channel, of course, and share the video as well with people who might find this topic interested. We say it time and time again, and that's because we really mean it. We truly appreciate the support of each and every single one of you.
Yes, so let's continue with the partnerships. Partnerships/investments. There is a whole lot of companies, Sam, whether it was with Almeida, whether it was with FTX, FTX.US, or FTX Ventures, has invested in or has acquired. So you can see it's about at least 40 to 50 companies. So that's why right now when you're hearing the crypto community or the crypto environment crumbling, is because it is linked, the companies, these are all linked to a lot of other companies. This is another way to look at it. It's more, there is a better overview here. It's a lot of companies. It's a circle of companies. These are all, second of all, the companies they have affiliation with, whether as a investor or as a partner.
So they have partnerships or invested in decentralized finance, NFTs, gaming, data analytics, trading, brokerage, Web3, okay as well.
Yep.
Crypto, financial services, and infrastructure.
So a lot of companies.
So there's a lot of companies, yeah.
Count them. But they were trying to become a major player very quick.
Yeah, and they were for a short period of time.
Yes, they were. What else? They were also partners with the World Economic Forum. They were even mentioned on the website of the World Economic Forum.
Why are you saying were?
Were, because quite fast, quite quickly after I've never seen, the only time I've seen something happen this quick is when someone heard a shot. They started running for their lives. Basically, the same what happened here. As soon as the news broke that they were down, this page was removed.
Everyone's trying to dissociate themselves from
Everyone
FTX.
is running to the hills.
Yeah, man.
Arm's length.
Yeah.
Arm's length. What else? They teamed up with TMS for esports. They also partnered with Mercedes Formula One. You guys might have seen this on the wing of the Mercedes car in the Formula One. They will also, as already said, sponsors of the Miami Heat, the FTX Arena. It was huge on the arena as well. They were really trying to get their names out there quickly.
Yeah.
They were also with Monumentum Sports and Entertainment as their official partner for non-fungible tokens. They were also partnering with Stripe, which is logical because they have to receive the money somewhere.
Yeah, they need a payment system. Allegedly, they could only receive money.
Your money.
Your money.
You were getting air tokens for that, but yeah. So they were also SoCal, California University, California Memorial Stadium. They were the official name. They had official name of the stadium, FTX Field.
Mm-hmm. So they had the FTX Arena in Miami and the FTX Field in California.
Yeah. And they were targeting with this, I think, the students.
The students, yeah.
Who
and
were?
Can continue.
No, as we know, the last few years, it has been mentioned a lot of times that these days younger people are not really investing, but they are taking more chances on these apps, these investment apps, what you want to call them, these exchange apps, like Robinhood. So they wanted to tap into that market.
Yeah.
With this one.
Like the get rich quick scheme.
Hey, this is an ongoing. This is ongoing.
They got quick.
They got. Oh, don't forget. Also, Steph. Not only Steph was, I can't say a victim, but he was involved. Also, his team, Golden State Warriors, was a partner of FTX. So they had their hands all over the place.
Yeah.
If they were maybe a bit longer, probably they would have sponsored our show as well. No? You might never know, man. You might never know.
We call the FTX show instead of the Double Thought show.
Double Thought show, sponsored by FTX.
Sponsored by FTX, yeah.
Our official non-fungible token.
Are you in?
Guys, I would have never done this to you.
It's crazy, man.
It's crazy. So what also happened is due to this partnerships, they were well known, or at least they were starting to become a household name, bigger than others in the community, in the crypto community. And with that, also you create, not want to say enemies, but you create enemies. People that are, if you're trying to make moves on their stake of the pie.
Yeah. You will create enemies for sure.
You will create enemies. But we will talk about that more later, because these enemies he has created with all these partnerships and the big money they have. Can we use stab him in the back?
Yeah, we already did.
Before we continue, we're going to watch a clip of Joe Rogan basically describing the whole situation operationally, how everything was being run at the FTX company.
Now, I'm just getting, this is you and I are the perfect people to talk about this crypto collapse.
We're scientists.
Because we have
economists. Yeah.
Yes. We have strong opinions and no information, which is a great combination when you're dealing.
The opposite of the Double Thought show.
Yeah.
I love Joe though. That was a pretty funny remark he made.
With the fact that people have lost billions and billions of dollars. But so Jamie's been filling me in on this over the weekend.
And he also is an economist.
Yeah, I'm not
Jamie
not a source.
Is our go-to expert.
I'll just find interesting links and say, hey, check this out.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
That's journalism.
Yeah.
And as a journalist, what's your conclusion?
That jab at journalists, though.
Yeah.
It seems like, well, here's the thing. If you're running any kind of currency operation, and you're involved in a polyamorous relationship with 7 other people, I gotta think flat. 9 other people? 10 other people.
10 total.
What do? They just were polyamorous, living in a house
They
together?
all live together in the same place in the Bahamas.
And they all just bang each other.
Hey.
So wait, set this up because you're kind of starting in the middle. What are we talking about here?
Fun. Talk about a lot of fun in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
With billions of dollars, other people's money.
Is-
Whoop, whoop.
Someone call that a tax haven.
Tax haven.
Yeah.
So this fella was running this exchange, and they also had tokens. Someone explained it. Someone did a really good job of explaining it. And we could play that video, but it might take too much time. It's like a 12-minute video. But he was explaining how these tokens are like, they're essentially unregulated, but it's almost like you're owning stock, and or almost like owning coin. It's very confusing, but it's one of those classic examples of people try to cash in, and then the whole thing came down.
Yeah, the term Ponzi scheme has been thrown around
Yeah.
quite a lot.
Well, there's not just that. There seems to be money missing, like a lot of money missing, that got moved from one corporation to a sister corporation.
So this is FTX, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And apparently they reached out to Coinbase. I read that they reached out to Coinbase, and Coinbase is like, we can't help you. This looks bad. Like, what's going on over here? And then now it's sort of imminently collapsing, and tons of people have invested tons of money over there, and they don't know.
He's referring, I think, to Binance, not Coinbase, but
what the fuck is going on. And people are trying to pull their money out by buying NFTs for ridiculous amounts of money in the Bahamas, because apparently people in the Bahamas still have access to the thing, to the exchange. Is that the case?
Yep. Then they would imagine that they're reaching out to the person and buying this NFT that would have yesterday been worth $9 and now it's bought for like 10 million.
Right.
To then make like a currency exchange, like you can keep 10% of that. But
So they jack up the value of it.
Right. So they basically say, look, I'm going to buy your NFT for $10 million. I'm going to give you $1 million, and then you give me the 9 back. And so that's how they're exchanging money and trying to just draw it out of this account.
Right.
And who knows how that's going to work out.
Right.
Whether people are going to be like, fuck you, I'll get your money. You're like,
Right.
how's that work?
that's the classic scam.
Yeah.
That is the classic scam. You pay them up front, and then they do the race on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Work.
Right.
But all of it is run by this guy who they were in the middle of profiling him. Who sent me this?
I did. Michael Lewis is the guy's name. He's the writer of like Moneyball and Big Short, many books.
And so he was in the middle of profiling this guy when everything collapsed, which is wild.
Right.
You know The Big Short, the movie? RJ?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
It's wild that they were profiling him.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the same time, this is happening. This is like, you got a guy that's called Bankman-Fried. He's frying the bank. They are profiling him for a show. Well, I think it's a show at least. The companies go belly up. The way they did it is super crazy, which we're gonna talk about in details later.
Okay, cool.
They had a polyamorous relationship, or at least polyamorous group. The inner group was polyamorous.
Yeah.
Because so basically the 10 people they talked about was the inner group of Bankman. Or I'm calling Bankman. I'm Sam. That's the inner group. They were basically the ones who were running everything. And you had also employees that were working, but they were not part of the inner group. Even some co-founders were not part of the inner group.
So the so to reformulate what you just said, you're saying that the management, the actual management of the company was not done by a management team, but was done by a polyamorous group of people. And just to be clear,
yeah,
it was one big polyamorous relationship.
Yeah.
It wasn't a group of, what do you call a group of?
You have something.
What do you have a group? What do you call? So what do you call a group of polyamorous relationships? That's something we should look at. You know, like you have flock of birds. What do you call a group of?
Pack of wolves. No, I'm just kidding. You know who said the pack of wolves stuff, right?
No, I don't.
Don't you remember Bruce? No, that was not Bruce. What's the Australian guy who got cancelled? He was the first cancelled. He was talking over the phone to his wife, the actor.
I don't recall.
You have Bruce. You have Bruce Willis, and you have the other one with the beard. Oh man. He played. What's the movie he directed? Passion of Christ.
No, that's Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson, yes. Mel Gibson called.
Is Mel Gibson Australian?
Yeah, Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson is Australian, right? Let me look.
I think so. Never heard him speak with an Australian accent in my life.
Oh no, it was the other. This Mel Gibson is not Australian.
Yeah, he's American Australian. It says, yeah. So he is Australian.
Yeah, he was he grew up in Australia. I know my racist.
Yeah.
He called his wife. I hope you get raped by a pack of.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh my God. I recall that now. Yeah.
I have
pack of wolves.
Pack of wolves. No, it's called a colony of.
You can't make this up, man.
A colony of rabbits. That's what they call multiple. Oh man, this is too much fun. Okay, let's continue because we are having too much fun with this.
Yeah, man.
Where were we actually? Oh, you were basically confirming what?
Yeah, so basically confirming that the management,
partially part of the management was done by those 10. So they were
a key part of the management. A key part
of the company. Yeah.
Okay.
The key part of the company was basically managed by those 10 people.
Yeah, then we're on the same page. Yeah.
And they were all on the same page, but not on the same page as the other outside of the inner circle. So that's why a lot of things were kept within that group.
Yeah. Understood.
Right. Wild. That is very wild.
Wild.
Yeah.
Like what are the
right?
Wild.
That is very wild.
Wild.
Yeah.
Like what are the odds that happens at the exact same time? Because this guy was this wonder kid who had developed this thing, was worth $15 billion, and was like wearing pajamas and shit, like one of those like eccentric cats.
Didn't all of crypto kind of take a big, massive hit, though?
I think all of crypto did take a big, massive hit, but I think this is a lot crazier than that.
Right.
This isn't just like crypto took a hit, everybody's business is fucked. This is like shenanigans, like some high level, like serious shenanigans.
You see, I use the word, he uses it as well. We have the same thoughts.
The most generous billionaire. Yeah.
That's part of this. So there's like, this has been unfolding like in real time on Twitter.
You know what just flashed through my mind? The most generous billionaire. He's giving everyone's money away. Oh my God.
Yo, yeah.
Oh. This is such guys. We're not laughing at the people who lost the money. This is just a tragic situation, but this whole thing it's too crazy if you think about it. And if you just read, we're gonna dive deeper into it, but it's wild if you think about it.
Twitter, which has been an interesting place to be for the last few weeks, but this guy apparently during this used a PR. I don't know if this would be a scheme, but a YouTuber was paid to make this piece about him and the way he gives away money, which adds to
Well, he wanted people to know.
Well,
he wanted
Mr.
people to know he's a good guy.
Correct.
He reached out to Elon apparently while Elon was buying Twitter and offered to chip in $3 billion. And he said, Elon said that set his bullshit meter off because like Elon's a serious dude. You say he's like, this guy's 3 million liquid or $1 billion rather, 3 billion liquid. Like, does he have that money?
Right.
That's a lot of money.
Right.
Say like we're gonna buy Twitter for 44. I'm in for 3.
Right.
3 billion.
It's like he's buying a pop.
Yeah.
You know what? Get me in. It's on me.
Right.
That's a crazy amount of money.
Yeah.
And so Elon said that set his bullshit meter off.
Right. Because like, where
You know,
did he
like-
get the $3 billion? Yeah.
You can't just say that to that guy.
Right.
He's like, oh, cool. He's not going to just say, oh, cool.
Right.
He's going to know basically what you can and can't. He's the richest guy in the world.
Right.
He understands money.
Right.
I think he wanted to fund it with FTT tokens.
You think so?
He has been doing that for a long time. He would. So Binance invested, I think, 100 million early on in FTX, and basically later on they got part of the money back in cash, but also in FTT tokens. So FTX bought back the rights, so the percentage back for $2.1 billion, but in FTT tokens and partially cash as well.
Right.
So this is probably how he funds everything. That's why because he doesn't have liquid. Yeah, it doesn't have cash. It's just tokens. That's his
game.
That's his game. Yeah. Don't want to
It's
be
just
part of
like
that game.
it's just like so when you had in the past a gold standard, right? So every money you had, every dollar you had would correspond to an amount of gold, right? That you have somewhere stored. And
yeah,
basically since I mean KR, the only difference between the, let's say, the non-cryptocurrencies and cryptocurrencies is that non-cryptocurrencies are better regulated, but at the same time, we're also, what's a paper worth, man? What's the paper worth? So yeah, but that's a discussion for another day. That's a discussion for
a different show. That's a different
show. Yeah, it's a different show. Yeah.
We can dive very deep into that. But
yeah,
well, the one is regulated, the other isn't.
Yeah.
But for how long?
Yeah,
but let's talk about that. That's the question. That's a great question.
And he knows who really has that money and who may be laundering.
Well, who might be just kind of a crazy person who, is probably can't believe he's in where he's at.
When you find stories about him from before, he was like the world's youngest billionaire. Happened super fast.
World richest person under 30, committed billions, the vast majority of his fortune, to tackling the most pressing problems facing the future of humanity.
Where did
that's
he
nice.
get his money, though? Like,
click on that. What are those most pressing problems? Click on that link. What is that link up there?
This is on Reddit. I'll have to hold on.
Oh, it's on Reddit?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like, I understand where Elon made his money.
I think, like all things, he's probably not all bad. It just didn't work out the way he thought it was going to, and it was for so long. And he probably thought he could get away with doing what he was doing. And he probably also thought he was doing good. So if he really is like super charitable, he probably also thought that he was way smarter than he was, right? Because he's under 30 and he's a billionaire already. He probably thinks he's the fucking shit. Could you imagine if you were worth 15 billion and you were 28? You would think you're the shit. You would think you could do whatever. And also, you're banging 9 people in the house together.
Yeah, I'd be doing bad.
I last longer. I'm the dude. Yo, this is crazy. If you break it down,
that stuff. That's too much money for a 20-something-year-old kid.
What would you do if you had that money at 20 years old, RJ? 20, 28, 20, 27, 25. You have, let's say, $1 billion. Will you be? Would your ego be as bloated? You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Would your ego be as bloated as Martin Lawrence?
My bad, man. Me personally, at 28,
You have $1 billion on your
I
worth
think
$1 billion, not on your bank account.
so I would definitely have a big ego, definitely. But I would also be looking at investing. So I did have that mindset, I have to say. So I would probably invest in things so I could retire earlier. But $1 billion is $1 billion.
You have already $1 billion. How do you mean retire earlier?
Because I'd still want to let the money keep making money, right? So you can choose to. So I would probably look to. So I believe in. So I want to retire living the same way I used to live before I retired. So I don't like the idea of living high and then you retire and then you have to live according to lower standards. So I would probably look into making grow. So it's a lot of money, but I would probably make sure that I have a bunch of houses, apartments to rent, those type of things. So I can be sure that I can live at a high level. And I would do that as much as possible so I can max it out. It's the cash flow for me.
If you have $1 billion, you're not buying apartments. You're buying corporations partially. Or at least not corporations, big companies.
Could
big
be.
portfolios.
Could be. I would be buying that as well. I wouldn't buy only apartments, but I wouldn't so real estate, but I wouldn't invest only in businesses either. It would be a combination, but the difference is that real estate oftentimes offer you continuous cash flow, and I do like that more, I have to say, than I like the idea of putting money somewhere and letting it stay there until like 20-30 years later. So it's the combination of the two. But that would be just the part. The rest I would
splatter.
I would probably look for an island to live at, but probably won't be the Bahamas, man. People are crazy down there.
Oh man. Okay, let's continue.
I'm not playing by any rules, anybody's rules. Fuck off.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give my money away to everybody. And I'm also going to move 10 billion over here.
Right. New York Post is reporting this stuff too.
Okay, cryptocurrency billionaire broke the bank for Dems. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to continue because otherwise, basically, this is also part of the show.
Okay. But there is a political aspect to it as well.
There's a political aspect. Crypto has always had a political aspect, guys. Crypto, the authorities have been warning ever since crypto became more popular around 2010, 2011. They have been warning continuously about the risk of crypto. And through that, they have also been talking about regulations, regulating the space. You have in different countries, it's partially regulated. All the places where you can buy them, a number of them, let's put it this way, where you can deposit your money, that has been regulated, so you can deposit the money. Otherwise, it falls under the umbrella of money laundering by the companies receiving your money.
Could you repeat that part?
You mean
when is it classified as?
It would be money laundering because if a company, if you're a company, you're receiving the money from unnamed characters per people you're receiving it in cash and you're giving it back in coins.
Yeah.
That's basically the basis of major money laundering.
Yeah, yeah.
You can get yourself into trouble. You have here in the Netherlands, you have a couple of companies who in the beginning were not regulated and after they were regulated.
Okay.
In order to keep track of who's moving what.
Okay. Who's moving what where?
Where, yeah. And I have to say, I've been into crypto quite early, so I know a couple of things here and there about crypto. Not saying I'm an expert. I'm not like not endorsing anyone, and I'm like Stephen Curry. I don't know nothing.
And you're not giving advice either, because we don't give advice on this show.
Yes, I don't give advice unless you pay me. I'm just kidding. I don't give advice. I don't give advice. Anyway, there are also people chiming in related to the how things were being run at FTX, and you have Saylor, Michael Saylor, crypto expert. Oh, I'm not gonna comment on. This is too much.
You know.
I know.
You know what I wanted to ask?
Tell me.
Who does the man below look like? I'll give you a hint.
Let me think.
I can give you a hint if you want.
Who does he look like?
I'll give
X
you a
Capital? No, that's not it. No. Tell me.
X, not X Capital. X football player.
Oh.
We're talking, and I'll give you another hint. We're talking about.
Oh, Packers! The Packers quarterback. Oh man.
We're talking about financial. We're talking.
Oh man.
We're talking about scandals.
Oh, I didn't see it before. Oh, where's my? Oh, here's my. I didn't see it before.
Man, oh man, he looks
man,
a lot like.
He looks like
a lot like Brett Favre. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. He really looks like Brett Favre. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, he does. It's not him though. It's not him.
It's not him. It's a Saylor.
It's a Saylor. Yeah.
It's not a Favre. Anyway, they're gonna talk a little bit about how everything was being done. A couple of things were being done at FTX.
Words, comparing SBF to a Jordan Belfort, and those are some big words here. So, is there another way to look at it in that you view SBF as a corrupt player in this industry, and he needs to be made an example of, put in jail for what he has done to the space?
He was using counterfeit money and stolen money to lobby against all the virtues in the industry, against proof of work, against Bitcoin. He was working to corrupt regulations, corrupt the political process, right? When you have actors that use corrupt, counterfeit stolen money in order to undermine the industry, it's not good for anybody. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that people need to decipher this. FTX, generated an FTT token. If you trade your own token on your own exchange with wash trading, with leverage, you can park the price at any number you want. So you want to make $1 billion, you jack the price by $3 by wash trading with yourself. Then you generate $1 billion of collateral. Then you look for a bank that'll loan you money against the collateral. And of course, nobody in their right mind should be loaning money against an air token that you manipulated yourself. But of course, Sam happened to be the CEO of a bank that made loans. So he applied for a loan from his own bank and he granted it to himself. And then he took real assets like Bitcoin from his honest customers. And then he rehypothecated them, traded them, lost them. And so this is just an egregious ethical lapse, and it can't go on. these exchanges cannot continue to be unregistered, unregulated offshore.
Hey, there's the word again. Regulation.
People are already. People are hitting the drums. People are hitting the drums for regulations. But I think it describes pretty good what was happening. He was lending money to himself to within the companies. They were lending money to each other. Money was being moved. I think the big red flag came when I think it was around 2 November. They moved a large sum of money tokens, not tokens, but they moved a large part of cryptos to a wallet. First of all, he did it. The funny thing is he warned everyone that he's going to move. They do it. He said, we do this every couple of times. So frequent. Just so you guys know, we're going to move some money. So because if you guys don't know, if you're not familiar with the concept of crypto, you can see all transactions in the blockchain. So if someone is moving money from point A to point B, you can see it. You just cannot see who did it and to what bank account or crypto wallet it's being transferred. But you can see everything that is being moved. So he's basically, what he did was basically warning everyone, we are going to move something. So just so you guys know that we're not trying to steal from you.
Mm-hmm.
They moved about 10 billion in assets that day. From FTX to Alameda.
Yeah.
And the reason why they did it was because Alameda had holes, which we're going to talk about later. But operationally, there were a lot of things where you got to ask yourself, that's remarkable. So FTX employees were claiming expenses through online chat, and random managers used emoji to approve them.
Yeah.
So we are talking about here a financial institution where you deposit your money, where you think, the ads were saying it, it's safe to do it.
It's crazy,
what
man.
This shows me is there is no structure.
Yeah. No corporate structure.
No sign of a structure. Doesn't have to be, the ideal situation would be a corporate structure, but there is no structure in approvals. If you send me a chat, I mean, this is madness.
Yeah, but if you're dealing with money of people,
of course.
So I should rephrase it. If a company is big, it's not a suggestion to have a corporate structure. By law, you are obliged to have a corporate structure. The law doesn't say perhaps specifically what type of corporate structure you need to have, but it does tell you what the obligations are of the executives, so the directors, of the chairman, of the board of commissioners, so the supervisory board, of shareholders. So these are rules that are internationally applicable. Of course, these rules differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but you find it in at least the Western countries, because the goal is to have good corporate governance.
Mm-hmm.
And the goal of good corporate governance is to make sure that the interests of all stakeholders are being safeguarded. Not only of the director, not only of the shareholders, not only of the supervisory board, not only of the clients, not only of the investors, but of all shareholders. That's why you need to have company policy. You need to have corporate structures, a corporate structure in place. You need to have checks and balances. You need to have company policies. You need to have a business plan, because your company needs to have, there needs to be a direction. You need to have all sorts of policies in place to make sure that the body, the company, is safeguarding the interests of all stakeholders. So this is not only, it's crazy the way it happened. So the approvals taking place with with emojis, but it's very reckless, extremely reckless.
And they were reckless because, as you can see here, I've zoomed in a little bit. They also failed to keep records of their communication when they made decisions, among a litany of other mismanagement allegations. One of the most pervasive failures of FTX.com business in particular is the absence of lasting records of decision making. So they were not keeping minutes when they are making decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Bankman-Fried, what is it?
I do want to add though that, so this is terrible. I mean, it taking place like this. However, you would be shocked to see how many companies, big companies, do not have or are not complying with corporate government rules. So there are a lot of companies, a lot of organizations that aren't complying. And these are organizations that are continuously being controlled and supervised. What do you think happens with an organization that does not fall under the supervision of, supervised,
of anyone? That's why they moved to Bahamas.
Yeah.
So another thing that's also remarkable, as you can see, the last sentence in the first paragraph, Mr. Bankman-Fried often communicated by using applications that were set to auto-delete after a short period of time.
Yeah, there goes good faith.
He also encouraged employees to use the same chat software.
To use the
same chat software to remove
auto-delete
after.
So amongst each other, the employees amongst each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
They never had board meetings, and the exchange used employees' personal names to purchase real estate in Bahamas with corporate funds.
Okay.
It's like Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
White Lives Matters.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, we might need to do a show on the Black Lives Matter, another show on the Black Lives Matter soon, because word on the street is that prosecution has started, but we'll leave that for another show.
That's for another show. Yeah. So there's a lot of things that's happening. What they also didn't do, they didn't keep records of who they hired.
No employee records. Wow. That's
as it says here, repeated attempts to locate certain presumed employees to confirm their status have been unsuccessful to date.
Wow.
Implying that some of these workers may have never existed
in the first place.
This is a quagmire that is beyond.
Yeah. Shenanigans.
Oh my God. There was a lot of erratic. They were moving very wild. As the new CEO said, the co-founder continues to make erratic and misleading public statements. He highlighted that alleged Bankman-Fried sent a DM to reporter Kelsey Piper saying, "Fuck regulators," and that they make everything worse.
Okay.
Last but not least, his training firm Alameda's research and around 130 affiliate companies have started bankruptcy proceedings. It was just a domino effect. This
Yeah, it couldn't be avoided.
tipping point. So, just to give you kind of an insight into who else are involved with this, another part of the Poly group is his ex-girlfriend Caroline Ellison, who's 28. This is Caroline. She was, as a 28-year-old, the CEO of Alameda Records. Oh my God, research. Why I said records, I don't know.
Was she C-level?
She was the CEO.
The CEO. Okay.
Yeah, not only C-level. Don't get it twisted. They were reaching the quotum though. So
yeah.
What happened was she became the CEO of the company not long after she joined the company. At that time, she was basically his girlfriend, which is she's I'm gonna say nepo baby, but she's not a baby anymore. She's a nepo employee.
I don't know what it is. Can you explain it to me?
Nepotism.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
So she didn't had a lot of experience in the trading field. So she was basically appointed as CEO, while not even having a lot of experience being a trader.
But what was she? How did she get that position though? She's the girlfriend. Was that before or during the?
She joined him into this. So
okay. So she was in the polyamorous relationship.
Yeah, she wasn't the girlfriend. She was into she joined. How do you call it a girlfriend? She's part of the poly group, man.
So that's my question actually. So how do you know if you're the girlfriend or just a partner?
You're asking me?
I don't know, man. I don't know about your love life.
I've never been in a poly relationship. I don't know if I can handle that.
All right, I'm just asking, man.
You're coming home? No, I'm not gonna describe the situation.
I'm just asking.
So they're in that inner circle. So she was in that inner circle. Another person in that inner circle was also. They write it down as if they were together at that time, but it's a part of the poly group. So a new person joined the poly group and became the HR head of HR.
Okay.
Without I see why you're laughing. She was basically head of HR without experience as well. So it's very wild what they were doing. And she had a couple of things she said on Tumblr, which her preference for being part of an imperial Chinese harem, and her being also low risk aversion and all that other stuff.
Okay.
She likes she was giving also a couple of very remarkable interviews. I'm not gonna dive into those, but she was saying a couple of things. There was this interview which she said basically she wanted to say how much money she lost in the highest amount she lost in a trade. Then she backed down and didn't say.
All right.
If she would have said it, that probably would have been a red flag early on, before this happened. Anyway, she's basically blamed for this, partially blamed for this debacle, because during this trading they did, Alameda Records, or I'd say it again, Alameda Records. I don't know what is with that Alameda Records. Alameda Research lost a bunch of money in trading, basically creating a hole into the business. And what happened was they like I said before, they chose to move parts of the funds that are basically FTX funds to Alameda Research funds, which is by law, you're not allowed to do that.
Oh.
You know who also did that?
Tell me.
What? Well, a former, he was also he's not a crypto guy. He was known for a while as the guy who had the one album of Wu-Tang Clan.
And the one album?
There's one album from the Wu-Tang Clan. They only created one piece. It's one album.
Yeah? I didn't
Yes.
know that.
No one has heard it, only the ones who own it. Martin Shkreli.
I don't know who that is.
You might have seen Martin before. How to Martin, by
I
the
know
way.
who that is. Huh?
Might have seen him before. You never seen this guy?
No, never.
Pharma Bro. That's how they called him in the media.
Right.
He was talking wild. He was streaming. He's the sole owner. Well, not anymore because they locked him up. And the reason why they locked him up is because he moved. He had a couple of. He was also owner, CEO of a couple of companies who had who were producing a certain medicine, I think, from the top of my head. And he moved the funds from company A to company B. And of course, like I said, that's not allowed. And he got, and how he got on the radar is because he was also talking wild about Hillary Clinton around that time. And they started the investigation on him. And then this was revealed. And he got, I think, 3 years.
Is there any relation between what he was talking about, Hillary Clinton, and what he did with the funds?
No, he was talking wild. He was.
So they were looking to ruining him and found that.
They looked into him because he was talking wild.
Okay, so
I think it was. I don't know precise. For me, from the outside looking in, it seemed like he started talking wild, and suddenly there were maybe certain aspects were moving faster.
So basically, he drew attention on himself.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He's
not smart. That's not smart if you're not.
Yeah.
If you're not complying with rules.
He was a legend though. For the short time he was part of the social media atmosphere, he became he's a funny guy. So he was talking about memes, but these days he's now on YouTube. He's on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
He's out. So the first thing he did was talk wild again, but more talk wild about himself. So it wasn't talking about others. He learned his lesson.
That was probably one of the conditions for his freedom.
Yeah, probably. You know that more as a lawyer than me, so I've never been locked up. I cannot tell you guys what you have to do to get out. You gotta tell. Anyway, so bringing it back to FTX, as you can see here, this is the situation you had at FTX. These guys are working. Bankman is basically sleeping on his beanbag. He's also a vegan, by the way. He had everything checked down. He was a vegan, was trying to get all problems solved of the world.
Philanthropist.
Poly, which is good for the current way everyone wants. Well, everyone, not everyone. Let's put it this way. It seems to be promoted more these days.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, looks can be deceiving because if you look at these faces, these are all innocent faces, innocent-looking faces.
I cannot say what I say off, but that face.
Yeah, it's
Gok 3000. That she has the face. Oh man, this is also a co-founder, Gary Wang. Also co-founder. This is Nishat Singh, also director of engineering. And some parts they were part of the inner circle. Some parts some of them only had the only part of that group had key to certain things in the company. So whatever happened, they were the ones who only had access to certain things, which is understandable if you're a C-level, but there was no governance, like you said.
Yeah.
Everyone was doing their own thing. And you will see, as is here in at Crypto Bahamas, which was a conference. He was a very important part of that. I think they were also funding that as well. A lot of pictures. This is the luxury penthouse they were living in.
Look at that, man.
Look at that. So this is his mom, Barbara Fried, and his dad. I mean, it's the penthouse. I have a question for you, Archie.
Shoot.
How much do you think that penthouse is worth? They bought with company funds.
They bought it.
They bought it
with company funds. Sounds a lot like Black Lives Matter. How much?
FTX Lives Matters.
How big was it?
The penthouse.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find this real quick. Maybe it's here in the.
So I don't know the prices in the Bahamas. A penthouse.
Let me tell you this: the penthouse around there, Tiger Woods also had a penthouse.
Okay.
I think who else did I read?
I would say penthouse. I would say with a view like that in the Bahamas. My guess would be, I don't see it being a penthouse.
With 10 people, so you have to have room for 10 people to.
Yeah. Well, I would say 2.5 million.
2.5?
Yeah, max. Tell me.
Tell you if you're wrong or tell you if
I'm right or
right.
wrong.
You're wrong.
Is it higher?
40 million.
Whoa, man! I don't have that money, man.
I didn't want to press this button on that. I want to go all easy on you because you wouldn't have probably never have guessed it. 40 million.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of money.
No.
That's a lot
But
of money.
it's OPM. It's OPM. Who cares?
Other people's money.
It's OPM. So we're gonna go to the beginning of the end. So we talked about how they were moving money around. The balances were off. Well, we didn't say it exactly, but around the 2nd of November, a spreadsheet was leaked. Showing the balance sheet of Alameda. And one thing it showed was that it looked very bad. It looked actually horrible.
Mm-hmm.
They had 900 million in assets while having, let me zoom in a bit so you guys can read it as well.
$9 billion.
9 billion in liabilities.
Wow.
So you have 900 in assets and 9 billion in liabilities. This is a a guaranteed way that you'll never can pay anyone off if they start
asking for their money back.
And the amount of liabilities you can create them by lending money. So they were lending money, like the guy described earlier in the video. They were lending money to themselves, creating more and more liabilities.
They were loaning.
Loaning to themselves, to other internally. Yeah. Creating a gap. 9 billion in liabilities, man. During this process, after this was revealed, Binance CEO CZ or Changpeng Zhao, I think his name is Changpeng Zhao, right?
Okay.
Changpeng Zhao announced that they were going to liquidate in the open. They were going to liquidate all the FTT tokens they had, which is around 2.1 billion, which I mentioned before. He mentioned in a tweet that they are doing this due to the recent revelations that have came to light. We have decided to liquidate any remaining FTT on our books. We will try to do so in a way that minimizes the market impact due to the market conditions and limited liquidity. We expect this will take a few months to complete. I guess it won't anymore. Binance always encourages collaboration between industry players regarding any speculations as to whether this is a move against a competitor. It is not. Our industry is in its necessity, and every time a project publicly fails, it hurts every user and every platform. We typically hold tokens for the long term, and we have held on to this token for this long. We are transparent with our communication. That's a shot.
Yeah.
That's a direct shot towards FTX.
So you can accentuate it differently. Differently. We are transparent.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I should have put it that way.
I'm just adding to what you said.
Yeah, maybe it would have sounded better. We stay transparent with our actions. Oh my.
Man, if you had done it like that, I wouldn't have had something to say, man.
Well, who cares? You already said it. So that's not the only tweet he released. After that, so he released this one at 4:47 p.m. About 6 hours later, he said he makes a lot of tweets. Liquidating our FTT is just post-exit risk management, learning from Luna, because Luna was also a big scandal.
Yeah.
Well, that collapsed real quick.
That crashed. Yeah.
Yeah,
That crashed immediately.
That was a crash course.
Yeah.
They were a crash dummy. We gave support before, but we won't pretend to make love after divorce. Whew. That's
strong
a bar.
statement.
That's a bar.
That's a strong statement.
Hey, we need to buy. We need to get Don DeMarco. You know that?
Yeah.
It's when they drop a bar in battle rap. But we won't pretend to make love after divorce. We are not against anyone, but we won't support people who lobby against other industry players behind their backs. Onwards.
Onwards.
Whole shots. That's the whole shot toward FTX.
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
I haven't added these articles to it, but FTX was lobbying a lot for creation of certificates, so certain companies could trade within the American financial system. In doing so, they were also securing their place in that structure. Bankman, or Sam of SBF, how you want to call it, had a lot of relations, either via his mom or dad, because his mom was also part of the Democratic Party. He had the political door slightly open via his parents, so he knew who he had to contact, and also how to lobby and how to get an advantage. And with this certificate they were planning to create, it would have left Binance on the open. They would have been kind of the only one who probably would have gotten it.
Yeah. So it was a power play.
Basically, Changpeng was even though he's not saying it's a move against them, they were growing beyond Binance size. So best believe if it wasn't on purpose, it was by accident.
But it was.
But it was. Binance was after all these talks, tweets, Bankman still went to Binance asking them for a credit line, basically asking them to buy FTX, which would be amazing move actually for Champagne, because if you buy the competitor up, ain't a better way to make your moves.
Yeah, you gain more market share and you eliminate a competitor.
Yeah.
Two birds with one stone.
Two birds in one stone. However, when they saw that hole, that liability hole, they were like, no, thank you.
No, we're good.
We're good. We're good over here. Crypto giant Binance abandons proposed bailout, failing rival FTX after finding financial black hole in the books. No, we're good, boy. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Can't help you. Can't save you out of this one.
But best of luck to you guys.
Hope you find a sucker. One is born every day anyway.
Yeah.
They didn't find that person, by the way. They also tweeted an official statement. As a result of corporate due diligence, they put a corporate in there, just so you know. We have it locked down over here.
Yeah, we have it locked down over here. They don't.
They don't.
They're still working with emojis over there.
As well as the latest news reports regarding mishandled customer funds and alleged U.S. agency investigations, we have decided that we will not pursue the potential acquisition of FTX.com. In the beginning, our hope was to be able to support FTX customers to provide liquidity, but the issues are beyond our control and ability to help. Every time a major player in this industry fails, retail consumers will suffer. We have seen over the last several years that the crypto ecosystem is becoming more and more resilient, and when we believe in time that outliers that misuse users' funds will be weeded out by the free market. Do you believe this statement? The last sentence? That the natural order will sort itself in the free market.
I do believe in the free market, but I also think that you need to have some sort of regulation. The problem is that if you leave it up to free market, only to free, so I think it should be as free as possible. But if it's completely free, then sure, the free market might weed out all the companies that are not legitimate or that are not running properly. But the question is, at what cost? How much damage need to be caused? How much damages need to be caused before the market has weeded out the outliers that misuse user funds? I think that's a legitimate question, especially looking at this particular case where we're talking about billions of dollars.
It is.
What do you think?
I agree with you. I agree with you. There has to be some kind of regulations, but at the same time, I also believe that it will weed itself out. And you got to ask yourself, like you said, at what cost? But sometimes it will. I do think that it will weed itself out, but regulations may help as well. Simultaneously, I do know, since I was I'm not gonna say an early adapter, because well, technically, I'm not gonna say anything else, but um, the core of crypto, the idea of crypto, and what got a lot of people excited when it was launched, when it became more and more popular, is the idea of it being decentralized and not totally controlled by the systems that are already existing.
Yeah.
The concept of corrupt systems that are failing already. What it wanted to be is the central bank of everything without anyone. Because if you build systems, they will be corrupt because humans build them. They build loopholes, etc. If it's centralized or decentralized in this sense, but you can see everything happening. You can transact based on trust. I transfer the money to you. You transfer the funds or whatever. You transfer what I want to, and we don't need a bank in between us. That's the concept of how it all started out. So by adding regulation, you're basically going against the initial idea of crypto. So it's one thing you got to keep in mind. But having a regulatory framework would be good for every company in this business. Either you do it internally or however you want to do it. Because technically you don't need these companies unless you want to trade. It's another thing, what I've learned. Well, oh man, I look like A-Rap out here, man. Those who know who A-Rap is, you know. One thing about all these companies that have, you don't need to keep your money on their wallet, because you will see later on that having the money on the wallet a lot of times will not end well, because the trading, it's not really a separate wallet, it's their main wallet. So they put everything on a big wallet probably, or they move a lot of number of wallets, and then you deposit your crypto on it, and then they are managing your crypto.
Yeah.
So basically it's their crypto at that point, which is also against the whole idea of crypto. So
yeah,
you gotta ask yourself, was crypto actually created to be traded the way it's being done right now? But it's another topic which we're not gonna talk about today. Champagne keeps tweeting. He has the Meek Mill Twitter fingers. A couple of days after, I think it's the 13th. No, this is the 7th. This is the 7th. No. Let me go back. The 12th. He tweeted the following: "We have a policy not to comment on competitors. We call industry peers publicly. I broke this rule only a few times in the past. 7th of July, I tweeted this. So 3AC owes Voyager a few $100 million, went bust. FTX Alameda gives 3AC $100 million, but didn't save it. Alameda invests in Voyager, then takes a $377 million loan from Voyager. Okay. V went bust. FTX didn't bail them out or return the money, hard to follow. It was back then. He also tweeted, so 3AC owes void. Oh no, it's the same one. This is just a link to that. Response was, I think he removed this. Let me see if he did. Always happy for people to take an interest in helping the industry. Less so if it's just pretending, but kind of wish some of them would bother asking their legal team how bankruptcy works first. Or, reach out to ask for clarifications. I'm always happy to inform. CZ continues. He obviously know a lot about bankruptcy, even in July. Going forward, I will break this policy a bit and be more vocal about issues I see in the industry. May cause more debates or more fight memes, but that's not my intention. It's to reduce risk, even if they are false alarms. Looking back, they ate that one up.
Yeah.
This is crazy. If you think about this money, the way this money moved, I don't know how. Yeah, that would have looked. This would look crazy on the balance sheet.
Definitely.
And you gotta ask yourself. I think due to the not having any, you can't. I mean, maybe that's also the reason why they didn't record anything. Because I would want to know the idea behind this. Well, anyway. So let's continue. Basically, as Business Insiders mentions here, Champagne made a ruthless move by first pointing out that he's gonna sell off 2.1 billion of FTT coins after the announcement of the leak of the balance sheet. Then he didn't save it, rightfully so, because I mean, who's gonna take? I mean, I love you, but I don't love you that much.
No.
Who's gonna take 9 billion in liabilities and basically removed one of the biggest competitors of, as he calls it, industry peers.
That's a nice word. Nice way to call it.
It's a nice way to call it. Basically said, we don't need you anymore, and threw him to the wolves. Or, you know, the scene in Sparta when they kicked the guy in the messenger.
Yeah.
Kicked him down that hole.
And that whole legendary scene.
Legendary scene. That's what Champagne did, man. Ended the reign of FTX. The short reign of FTX. Do you think that, RJ, do you think that Champagne, with the moves he made? Oh, by the way, before I continue asking you this question, because they are also being investigated by authorities right now. Just so you know, just some information.
I figured as much. Yeah, come on. If after everything that has transpired, they are still not being investigated.
Binance as well.
Oh, Binance is being investigated.
Binance is also being investigated.
Okay.
Do you think? Do you think? It's an obvious question, but I'm gonna ask you still.
Okay.
Looking at the possible the consequences this bankruptcy had on, like I said, 130 affiliates, basically also to crypto in general. Was this the best move not to take that 9 billion, eat it up?
I don't know what the best move.
Well,
I don't know what the best move would be in this case, actually. I think that as you know, my whole philosophy is to prevent as much as possible.
That's the philosophy, yes.
When you don't prevent, you find yourself in a position where you need to choose between two bad options.
Your foot or your head?
Either. So it's like, and with both options, I mean, you can argue that both, either eating it up or not eating it up, would both have consequences. So, yeah. And furthermore, I don't have, so I would think that they have more details that we don't have. So they're, so it's,
yeah.
So
I've seen probably some skeletons in that closet.
yeah. So
Or some
not only
bodies.
not only not only part. I was gonna say something else, but you out-joked me, man. Okay.
What were you going to say?
I was gonna
I should
say.
have let you talk. I should have let you talk. But anyway,
I was about to say not only skeletons, but also I even forgot what you call it. What do you call that? I had it, man. I had a joke. Fossils. That's what I was going to say. Fossils.
Shit.
But you beat me. You got me with the polybodies, man. That's a good one.
Hey man, it's a polybody. hey. Champagne didn't want to be part of that poly group.
No,
that
man.
inner group. But this is just a shame. If you look at it's a mess, actually. It's not a shame, it's a mess.
Mess, yeah.
Looking at how they organized everything internally, the 10 people, the 10 inner group was basically doing everything, whatever they wanted, with no accountability. There was no board, there was no structure. They were running this show like a startup, but it was $1 billion startup.
Yeah.
They grew way too fast, obviously.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times in startups, the way it's being run and the way that they're describing it, I'm not saying a lot of times, it's very early stage. You have a lot of weird structures, but it will even out because the CEO or the founder will create the structure, the correct structure. Because they were growing this fast, I don't think they were able to do it. I don't think they had the skills to do it, because a lot of the people as well in the team were not that experienced.
Yeah.
Either in corporate situations or even with the basic task, which is trading.
Yeah.
And it's not really that surprising that they lost a bunch of money as well. I mean, if you start trading If you're only trading for 18 months, I don't know if you can call yourself an expert to the point you're managing 100 million or something like that.
I don't think so either.
It's
Can
like
even
giving
manage-
a monkey. It's like
Yeah.
giving a monkey a shotgun. Go, good luck.
That's
I want
luck
to say
you will need.
AK-47, but I don't want to affiliate with Russians these days.
No, man.
But what you wanted to say something? Sorry, my bad.
I just said because luck you will need. That's what I want.
Ah, yes, luck you will need. That's like giving a kid your money and tell him go invest it, and then you come back, you're surprised that they invested in candy.
Yeah. No, it's crazy to me every time I hear these types of stories. How can you say easily people can be misled to invest in these types of scams? I mean, if you so when you look at the stories, it's always I think what it is that a majority of people wake up in the morning and they want to do something, right? They're going to earn money. They're going to they have something to do. And there's so everyone has something to do, or most people. But a small group of people wake up in the morning and their whole mindset is to screw someone over. Because the mindset of a scam artist is actually to screw someone over as much as possible to his or her benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a majority of people do not have the skepticism necessary to catch these scams, to be aware that there's a scam taking place. That's the only explanation I can think. So people want to believe something so much. We want to believe that what someone's saying is true. But that's with everything. So because there needs to be good faith, right? When we're talking to one another. So I have to believe you when you tell me, I did my best, but I couldn't make it. I have to believe that you're of good faith. But some people just function off of bad faith from the moment they wake up. And they will tell you something and you will believe it.
Yeah. I do think a lot of times consumers, and I'm talking about inexperienced consumers, tend to choose the get rich quick schemes more often.
Yeah.
A lot of times that happens because they don't see the mechanisms, they don't understand the mechanisms of a get rich quick scheme. You can see them, usually you can see them from a mile ahead. Alameda was giving people a 15% return on an annual basis. That's what they said in their statement. I think it was something like that, yeah. And that's not impossible, but it's pretty high.
Yeah.
But in order to know that you have to understand the industry, and a lot of people only see the money account. They see, let's say, I mean, you have all these, a lot of times they mention amounts where you ask yourself, it's impossible. I mean, what I've also seen lately, but that's what I've seen, is that the scammers are getting smarter as well. They don't promise big amounts. They promise normal amounts. That's one thing I've seen. But in general, a lot of times they give you the big amount. You give us, we're gonna give you 30% a year, or something like that, or money back guaranteed. For those you've heard.
Yeah.
Pay money up front, and you might get it back.
Yeah, they are getting smarter. But okay, so I agree with you that if you're talking to an inexperienced customer, that they would easily fall for something like that. But if you see what these guys did, so what FTX did with the mass campaigns, with the ads, with the celebrities, with the, like,
it would raise a red flag with me. But that's personal.
I don't know if so. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it would, because you might think as well.
No,
hey,
it raised a red flag with me. So
yeah. So okay. So I want to hear why it raised a red flag with you. But what I just want to say is that when it happens, if you're an inexperienced consumer, and you see Steph Curry, you see Tom Brady, you see, what's the guy's name? Larry David. You see the sponsorships, the sponsorship. So you see the logo on the Miami Heat Stadium. You see the partnership with the Golden State Warriors. At some point, you will think, if you're inexperienced, you will think that this is that it is something legitimate.
Yeah, because you're inexperienced. What's the first thing you do when you buy a car?
If you're not a mechanic, you have to.
What is the first thing you do? What is the first thing you do when you buy a car?
What's the first thing you do when you have to check the car?
No, I'm talking about the brand new car. You have a bunch of money.
Yeah.
What do you do?
You shop around?
Do you go to the?
You shop around.
You go do your research first, right?
Yeah.
You don't watch on TV ad and then you go buy it, right?
That's true.
That's the first thing. How do you do your research? You go to the website, you check who's running the show. What I'm going to talk about it later, because I'm very surprised that a lot of companies invested the way they did into this. Well, that's another thing, because usually they do pretty good due diligence about the team who's running it. But you basically you check who's running it. You run the background.
If I see it's a kid in pajamas,
it's not a kid. It's not about that. It's not that part. It's about who they are and who the team is. How long how much experience do they have? I mean, the clothing says nothing about the person. The clothing says nothing about it. Brain.
I agree with you that the clothing says nothing about the brain. However, it is a red flag.
I understand.
So what I want to say is, when I tell you if I tell you the CEO of a bank, of a 16 billion, let's stick with FTX. The CEO of the CEO of a $16 billion company. Such a person would need to be in board, in meetings, in boards, with other professionals in that area.
Yeah.
You have the outlier who is and he's not even an outlier, because you had everyone wants to say Steve Jobs, but Steve Jobs was the sales. He was basically selling the product.
Yeah.
But you understand what I'm saying? If you
I understand what you're saying, but you're thinking in corporate. You're not thinking about a startup founder. They dress differently in general.
I agree with you, but if it's a 16, if you're going to deal with my money, I want it to be corporate. I can still get you, but I want it to be corporate. That's all I'm saying. If it's something else, I would agree with you.
Corporate. I don't care about whether he's sitting in. I'm not gonna say this. I don't care what he's wearing to work. I'm gonna keep it PC. I'm gonna keep it PC because I was about to say something real wild.
Okay.
Real gender neutral.
Okay.
I don't care what he's wearing.
Yeah.
It's about how he's running the business and whether he's experienced. He can dress, dude. He can dress a hoodie every day, and still have a corporate structure. I mean, there are a lot of founders that are like that.
I agree with you. Can you name me? Give me some examples of people who were dressing up like he was, because he was not wearing shirts and turtlenecks, and he was just wearing baggy clothes.
Every what's the guy's name from Ethereum?
Because if it's a startup,
wait a second. What's the guy's name from Ethereum? What's his name?
I don't know at the top of my head.
Ethereum founder. Yes, it's the Russian-looking guy. Vitalik. He's a designer of Ethereum. You got to understand. This is what he was wearing to a conference. Okay, maybe I cannot. So I will look up whether I can find him in a suit.
So what?
So
my question is. So my yeah, okay. No, yeah.
Another shirt. I can't look at this one. Would you buy Ethereum based on this?
No.
Okay. But Ethereum was a long time of very high stuff.
It was pretty, yeah.
You gotta separate the two. Tony Hsieh, R.I.P. Tony Hsieh. How do you write his name again? Sapos. He was wearing more button-ups, though, I have to say. He was wearing more button-ups. But in general, what you will get is and that's why you got to separate the two. I understand what you're saying because he's a corporate guy. He has to create a corporate structure. But the way he dresses doesn't validate, because there are hey, let me give you one. I bet you I can only find him in suits. Suits. You know who this is, right?
Of course I know who it is. Yeah.
Only suits.
Yeah.
So you can talk about the other way. It's I mean, Bernie was an outlier probably as well, but because he had both on paper the experience, but you wouldn't think that he would actually be the guy who did what he did. But he had the experience, he had the name and the dress, let's put it that way. But I do understand your point. One thing, and that's what I said, you do your research, you find out who is running, but because it's not only the CEO you gotta look at. You gotta look at the whole team.
Yeah.
You would find out that I forget her name every time. Caroline was only 2 years experienced in any role related to trading, and then she's CEO. Dude, boy, that's a red flag to me.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the clothes are not the only thing, but it is definitely one thing.
Wow. But
the thing is that there are a lot of white collared criminals are oftentimes buttoned up.
Buttoned up.
Three-piece suits. I agree with you. However, what I'm saying is that, so I'm not saying it's everything, but if you look the part, it's one, I'd say it's one check. Yes. But I'm not saying it's everything. It's not the clothes that's everything, but it's just one check. If we're talking about money, so if we're talking about money and management of money, I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna tell you. You know what? I'm gonna give you an anecdote. I know of a person who was a client who wanted. He never became a client, but he just came to me once for legal advice at my law practice, and he told me that he went to another colleague's office first, but when he saw the car that the colleague was driving, he said, hell no, this person cannot be a good lawyer. And then he came to my office. So what I want to say is that, again, it's not everything, because some people will appreciate, let's say, the down-to-earthness, but it is something that raises an alarm if we're talking about money. But this, you get my point, I get your point.
Obviously have a different way of looking at it, but I get your point.
Yeah.
But a second thing I wanted to say is what I'm surprised by is that all these investment firms, venture capitalists gave this dude so much money, while there was no real structure behind it. That's one thing I'm very surprised by. Usually when they give you money, they really look into the
nature of
founding
your company.
team, the nature of the company, the founding team. Who are the people scared? Are they skilled enough? Some things should have raised a couple of flags, or maybe they disguised it perfectly. This guy, apparently, according to stories, he was playing League of Legends during one of his pitch sessions. Sessions, yeah. Playing League while doing a pitch.
Yeah.
And they were typing, "I love this founder." I mean, you're a brick in the making. 210 million. That's how much Sequoia lost on this one.
But I think maybe what plays a role as well, and let's say his style can actually, so the way he dresses and the way he conducts himself can actually be of advantage, is because there's a clear generational gap, right, between the
Here's what you're about to say now.
There's a gap between the older generation and the younger generation. There's a gap between the corporate world and let's say the tech world, because tech is a bit different. Tech is more.
Tech is different, yeah.
Tech is more. It is more
laid back.
Yeah, more laid back. So there's a difference. So I think that perhaps that's the reason. So because people from the corporate world cannot relate perhaps as much with the tech companies and younger generations, so the combination of the two, but they do acknowledge their intelligence and the fact that technology is the future, and they might not understand technology, but these kids do. You know what I'm saying?
I know
they
what
would
you're saying, but
that
a
they
lot of
would
times at the venture capitalist, you have people who are also technical when they
you
are
have you
investing.
have an investment team.
Yeah, they have
You have
people. What I've
it's
also
called a
heard,
finance
I've heard a
committee.
couple of things as well. It seems like the people who were verifying, they had the wrong skill set. It's what I heard. Well, heard what I've read. Some
Or
of
they
them
were
had
or they were invited to the house. They were invited to the house
they
for
were.
the
Yeah. Maybe they
they
were.
might
Maybe
they
they
might
were.
they might have been persuaded by the polyamorous relationship of
Becoming one of the
Bankman and the
10
rest.
or one of the 11, number 11.
11th.
Every time I'm in Bahamas, I already have a house.
So maybe
No,
that's
but
that. You know.
I think what I've read is that the person who was verifying for one of the bigger venture capitalists, he had a different background. He had a too technical background.
A
He
what
didn't have
background?
too technical, so he understood the technical side, not the money side,
Not the financial side. Yeah.
not the financial side. That's what I've read. I don't remember which venture capitalist it was, but that's definitely a part that plays. I don't totally agree with you on that, because a lot of times what you see is that a lot of old founders, after selling their company for 200-300 million, they go into venture capitalists. They work for a firm for 2-3 years, and then they go on their own. So a lot of times there is not a big gap between the venture capitalists themselves and the people who are doing creating new startups. So I understand but there is a gap. There is a gap, not in venture capital. If the banks are starting to put money, then there is a gap.
Yeah. So what I want to say is that I agree with. So just to be clear, I agree with what you are saying. I'm just trying to think of a reason. I'm just trying to think of a reason why these big firms and big companies would choose to invest in a company like this. So that's so I'm trying to. So I
I'll
can
tell you how it probably went down. This is not just an assumption. This is just an assumption.
Yeah.
You have a big company or a big investment firm, a venture capitalist, who has the wrong person with the wrong skill set assessing the company. He gives a go. They put 100 million in. The other sees it as well. They know usually they do their due diligence really well. Might as well. It's a bias.
Yeah, maybe.
And then they put that happens a lot of time. You will be surprised. You would be surprised how some of these deals happen. And if you have 5 of the biggest names investing in you, guess what? A bank might see that and be, they usually have great returns on their investment. I might as well chip in. You never know,
Yeah.
And then you build up. Before you know, you've raised. How much money did they actually raise for FTX? I have never checked it, by the way.
So you're saying it's like one person or one company or maybe a few big companies made a mistake, and the rest affiliated themselves with FTX because they saw that other legitimate companies were.
Yes, that happens a lot of times.
That might be, yeah.
They raised $1 billion at a $32 billion valuation. Dude. And I think Sequoia had 200, so that's already 1/5. Was it Sequoia who had 200? Or it was. They were raising a lot of money, and this I almost called him. This is. This dude was giving money away like it's nothing, getting cash and turn it into tokens.
It took you 10 shows, man.
Hey, that's a good track record, man.
It took you 10 shows, man. Yeah, to almost to almost slip up. No, but
Yeah. But this is crazy, dude. If you think about it, they raised $1 billion at a 32 billion evaluation, and before that, they also raised money before. So, hey, we'll see how this is gonna end. Let's continue with the politics side. As said before, he has parents that are affiliated with the Democrats, and he was lobbying for regulations that would favor him, of course.
And with you're talking about Sam.
Sam and the FTX group.
Yeah.
But Sam, as he was the face, of course.
Yeah, okay.
In order to do that, you will have to, of course, let's call it, make some donations so people can have an ear for what you have to say.
Yeah. And could you say, because you said that his mother was affiliated to the Democratic Party, so would that be a reason you think that he was more inclined to finance the Democratic Party instead of the Republican Party? Or do you think that it was purely...
I think probably he has already that background.
Yeah.
I think it's wouldn't make sense if he would go all the way to the other side to fund them, while your mom is a Democrat.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Okay.
I think it is.
Or they were also asked. Maybe they were also asking the mother to ask the son to.
Maybe they did. I mean, you know how it goes, man.
Yeah.
You eat at a table, your mom start begging you for money. You came here for dinner, your mom is begging you to give some money to the cause.
Yeah. Okay.
He was giving money away like it's nothing. So he raised. This is, if you think about it, he raised the money, got the cash, and was giving it away.
So this would be another red flag. This would be the biggest red flag to me. And I said this, I alluded to it at the beginning of the show. If you tell me that the person running the company is trying to donate money back, so give money back, so that's the purpose, that to me would be a reason not to invest in the company. Because as I told you, when you're running a company, you have to be for profit.
Yeah.
But yeah, continue.
So we have here a list of the individual contributors for 2021, 2022. So basically, for the past election cycle, they basically track how many donations you gave, contributions, as they say, over that's the time span. We have, of course, at the number one, George Soros, with George Soros Fund Management giving 128.
By far the largest.
Here, by far the largest. As blue, so he gave it to the Democrats, as you also can see here in this column. 0. It's not even green. He's not even giving anything to Republicans. Just one side.
Yeah.
I almost said something wild.
Yo, now I know what. It just processed what you were about to say.
I put a break to that.
He wasn't greeting anybody. Let's call it that. Let's continue. Yeah. I think
the next four. Let's continue. The next four are all Republicans. A bunch of money given by Richard Oiling, Kenneth Griffin, Jeffrey and Janine Yass. And at number 6, a newcomer, Bankman-Fried. Not Fried, Fried. Fried the bank with 40 million. So you're coming out of nowhere As a billionaire, you're giving money like it's nothing. As a true company who's trying to come up, it's better to not only give or donate to one side. I think in the past it was mentioned that Donald was donating, and I'm talking about Donald Trump was donating to both the Republican and the Democratic Party. I mean, you never know who's going to win, right?
That's true. Well, allegedly.
Well, I hope it's fair. Let's put it that way. I hope it's fair. I hope they count correctly. Not 1, 2, 10. No, I'm just kidding. Blue, red. No. Peter Thiel is also on the list, by the way.
Okay.
Big bucks. 32 million.
The Republicans.
Yeah. He wanted to Michael Bloomberg, but he wanted to run as at least be part of the main group. But like I said, you gotta donate to both sides. So one of the co-founders of FTX, Ryan. Oh man, I'm just seeing his name now. Ryan
Salami.
Oh my!
Hey, these names, they look like pseudonyms, man.
Yeah.
Like artist names.
Guys, sorry, because I did my research, of course, and I keep saying Ryan Salami. I saw Ryan Salami, and now I'm seeing Ryan D Salami. Oh, he's giving them the D.
Must be living in the valley.
Yo, this is we are in the twilight zone right now. But Ryan was
giving the salami to the investors.
No, he was not in the inner circle, so he was.
Oh, it was not. Okay.
He's on the other side. He wasn't giving. He was.
He was receiving. Okay, but what was he? He was a co-founder.
He was a co-founder.
So you're telling me that he was one of the co-founders, but was not in the inner circle. Wow.
At least that's what is being said.
Allegedly.
And I don't think it's impossible, because sometimes everyone brings their own clique in.
That's true.
And you're focusing on something else. He was running the FTX.US. So he was running a totally different company than what Bankman was running. Bankman was running the FTX group, and Caroline was running that research group. So he gave 23 million, almost 24. So you gotta, you never know where the chip might land. So you gotta give both.
Yeah.
And of course, when your money is dirty, because obviously the money is dirty right now, people start to run the other side.
Yeah.
When have you heard of a politician giving money back? The wonders haven't left the world yet. I've seen everything. I think right now. I've seen everything.
Yeah.
They are regifting the money.
Hopefully it's their money, not other donators' money.
Yeah. So this is what it says. They have a couple of people here. Senator Dick Durbin. He's they're not giving it back to. By the way, they're not giving it back to Bankman.
Of course not.
They are donating it to other charities. So
okay, yeah. Okay.
So technically,
makes sense.
He has another, if he has another charity to his name.
No.
Possibly. Don't think he will do that. I don't think they will do that because that will raise flags.
So you suggest that they can be duped twice.
Hey man, hey, the game is the game. But they're going to donate to an appropriate charity, which he gave 2,900 FBS, and they're gonna donate it to another charity, and that's basically what a lot of these Democratic Party people who have received donations are going to do. So they're gonna donate it to another charity.
Okay.
So there's a lot of charity with their eyes open right now because 40 million is a lot that's being given. Now I don't know if it's gonna give all the 40 million back because, of course, don't forget these are politicians. They might give a part back, but some of them might have already used.
Or perhaps they might Amber Heard it and only pledge it.
Hey yo, hey yo, I'm gonna pledge this one. I think hindsight is 2020. I think Bankman. I keep saying Bankman, but Bankman might have must have pledged all this money, not give it away, because I think he really needs that money right now. So these are the seven politicians who have basically said they are giving their money back. I mean, there's a lot of money was being thrown around by Sam, and of course that money was then being used for this election. So I'm not gonna say some wild things, but you can 1 + 1 = 2, I guess.
So
the aftermath. So before I continue with the aftermath, guys, this is not the first time this has happened in the crypto space. I think the first time I've seen this myself was with a exchange in Japan, Mt. Gox. Mt. Gox back then was the biggest. They had 70%, about 70% of all Bitcoins was being traded out there. What you also had was a lot of arbitrage trading. So people would buy Bitcoins at one. It was a Wild West back then. I mean, it's still a Wild West right now, but people were buying Bitcoin at one exchange and then go to Mt. Gox and sell it. And at a certain point, there was a breach in the safe. There was a safety breach. And a bunch of money disappeared. And what they did was they locked down they didn't say anything. They just locked down the ability of people to get cash out. But people were still putting money in. They said that there was some technical stuff. People were putting money in trading. So it was a mess at a certain point. And that basically led to Mt. Gox defaulting because they didn't have, of course, not enough money to cover not enough assets to cover the liabilities, and they filed for bankruptcy. Part of the money that was basically got hacked out of the exchange was laundered through other exchanges, and those exchanges were also caught up in the money laundering scheme. And one of those CEOs were also locked up for basically partaking in the money laundering. That's how we got caught up into this. So this is not the first time this has happened. A big pot of money disappearing from a exchange. But this is definitely the biggest so far. Not related to Bitcoin, because technically FTX had their own coin or their own token, or what you want to call it. So it's not related to Bitcoin, but it always hurts the ecosystem because people bunch them all together.
Yeah. And they will use the result of one to motivate why the whole ecosystem is flawed.
Yeah. And then hammer down on the others. So Sam Bankman-Fried went from a billionaire having 60 million of, let's say, valuation, because it's not real money he had. He's not like he wasn't like Kanye. Kanye had some assets. This guy didn't have time to buy some assets with that 60. When you talk, RJ, did you think that you would see a crash this big after Kanye?
What a question. What a question.
Maybe it's also a rhetorical question, but you don't have to answer.
What a question. No, the way you formulated it, man, it gives you perspective. So I'm not surprised. No, I'm not surprised. And the reason why I'm not surprised is purely because this is a crash in the financial sector, and this is not the biggest financial crisis there has been. So I am used to, hearing of these types of Ponzi schemes and scams and fraudulent acts taking place. A lot of cases that the SEC and or the prosecutor's office of various states are prosecuting. Where there's money, there are people who are trying to take the money for themselves.
Vultures.
Yeah. So in that sense, no, I'm not at all surprised. No.
But are you surprised by the crash from 16 billion to minus, what is it?
That is a big crash. Yeah,
That's
definitely.
a big crash.
So that to me is a big, big, and it was in a couple of days time.
Yeah.
Because in 1 day time, I remember seeing an article that it devaluated from 16 to 1, 16 billion to 1 billion in 1 day. That's a major crash. So that tells me that the numbers were inflated and or it was very unstable. So if you're asking me that, yes, my answer is yes.
So after everything happened, the crash, Bankman started talking.
Reckless.
Started begging for funds. Also posting, I'm sorry. That's the biggest thing. I peed up and should have done better.
Oops.
And he wrote it out. Oops. Oops upside your head. I should have done better. I'm sorry, guys. Imagine you put some money in there and the guy is coming back with it. Oops, I'm sorry. Do you think Brady thinks it's okay? Oops. Now he has to play till he's 60.
Well, in the commercial, he said that he can go 10 more years. So
10 more years. How was? That's what's the breaking point for Giselle. You're joking in this too?
No.
No, but he's basically doing his walk of shame right now. As Valuetainment already says here, didn't you used to be a billionaire? Valuetainment had a couple of interesting articles about this. Basically saying, also, by the way, everyone is starting to remove themselves from FTX. The Miami Heat already started removing the name from the
as they should,
from the arena. I mean, they took the money, so at least put my face up there. Bankman should tell him, put my face up there.
Yeah.
Imagine you sponsor something, they remove, and they keep your money. Give me my receipt back. Anyway. Another thing also happens, you get lawsuits filed and they start pulling names into it. Valuetainment has a part where they actually describe which people were included. In the case, the lawsuit, the biggest one that has been filed, they include Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Shaquille O'Neal, Larry David, and David Ortiz, Big Papi.
Big Papi.
Oh, man. Who else? It's a class action lawsuit, so describing a massive Ponzi scheme that would not be possible without help of celebrities and influencers. This shows you one thing. Do your due diligence, because you might get pulled into a class action suit. Chances are you already lost money, because probably these guys were also, they might have put some money in next to also getting some endorsement money, or at least endorsement tokens that are worthless these days. Do the due diligence. I mean, don't blame him, like RJ already said. Cannot blame him, but tough. Elon also chimed in because he talked to Sam during his Twitter takeover. We didn't add that into the show because we had foresight into this happening. I'm just kidding. Elon basically said that his bullshit meter went off when he was talking to him. Sam was basically saying, as I think in one of the videos we have already seen before, he said that he wanted to contribute with $3 billion to the Twitter takeover. Like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. I think Diddy added 10 million, and Diddy is a billionaire. Or almost billionaire. And then you come here with your 16 billion and add 3 billion like it's nothing. I think while talking to him, Elon might have given this face. This exact face right here. Like, who are you kidding, dude? Yeah, as he said, a bullshit needle was redlining. He might have pulled out all his token back then. I don't know if he has any tokens in it, but if your bullshit meter is going off, then I might pull my stuff out of there if I had any. There's a lot of things happening. Another thing that also happened, a bunch of money disappeared. So after the announcement of bankruptcy, people started seeing their coins getting removed from the wallet real time. Yo, it's a robbery while you're standing there. You can do nothing. About 500 million, 600 million. Wait a second, give me a second. It was 500 million. I think I have it somewhere here. About 500, here it is. About 550 million in coins, crypto exchanges was removed. No one knows who did it, where it went. It just went from one wallet to the other. It's now in Ethereum. It's in Ethereum. So someone had a backdoor, as they call it in these terms, had a backdoor to the system and moved the money out of it. I'm not gonna speculate, but I think I know who did it. Not gonna put it on record though. Or maybe I should. Then I can tell you guys I knew it. But I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. And as a lawyer, RJ, when your client is starting to talk like this on Twitter, explaining, using Twitter fingers, is that very something you would advise him to do? Or would you say, please, guy, stop tweeting, give me your phone, go home, lock yourself in a room until further notice?
KaiR, if he's talking on Twitter, he's not my client.
Oh man, you're saying something right there, because there is a lawyer, Justin Danowitz. He said there is this old saying that a lawyer who represents himself as a fool for a client. The reverse is also true. An individual who is subject of an investigation and tries to defend themselves in court of public opinion has a fool for a lawyer.
Yeah, definitely. And it's an old saying, but we use it to this day. So I remember once I was talking to a friend of mine, and I told her that I have for certain things. No, so she came to me for advice, but there was conflict. So I didn't want to handle the case, and I referred her to another colleague, to a colleague of mine, another lawyer. And I told her that, that person is a good lawyer, because when I need a lawyer, I go to her. And my friend couldn't believe it. She said, no, you can't say that. You can't say that out loud. I said, say what? No, you can't say that you go to another lawyer for advice. I'm like, listen, when I need a lawyer, I am a party to a conflict. I don't want to run the risk that my bias will harm me. So you need to be humble enough to put your ego on the side and go seek advice. And actually, of course, you listen to advice, but follow the advice as well if you agree with it. But the last part doesn't only count for lawyers, but also for clients as well. You don't need to follow the advice of a lawyer. You need to be comfortable with an advice, but just be sure, whether you follow the advice of a lawyer or not, you're the one that's going to have to carry the consequences, not the lawyer.
Judge, I'm sorry
for everything that I've done.
Amen. So clear. It's I mean, and you basically said what the other lawyers. So you guys are aligning. You're aligning.
Yeah.
But I do agree with you. Even as a you have to always have an out. If you're dealing with the situation, it makes total sense to have someone else doing it, or at least giving you advice, to give you an outside perspective towards your problem, because you might not see it.
Yeah, man.
What else happened? The aftermath. Winklevoss. They are also, the Winklevoss twins, known for being part of the early Facebook founders.
Yeah.
They sued Zuck.
They sued Zuckerberg. Yeah.
Yeah, got some money. They reinvested that money into crypto, and they also have a own exchange or currency platform. And they halted because of it's a domino effect. So because of this happening, everyone is getting harmed by it, and they have halted or frozen the withdrawals, so people cannot remove money that quick, because then you basically become insolvent as a company if they move it real quick. So it's influencing the whole industry, this bankruptcy. What it also influences, well, at least not the bankruptcy, what you're already seeing is big banks are going to test the digital tokens for wholesale transactions.
That's what we call perfect timing.
Yes.
Yeah.
The 15th, they announced this. So they were going to test. It's a 12-week test. According to Reuters, 12-week test, a pilot.
Okay.
Don't use their, use ours.
Yeah. Another competitor for Binance.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a competitor.
I'm trying to
It's
make
like
a show here.
Giant. Giant. They're gonna get. I'm gonna say the word. They're gonna get deleted.
Yeah.
They're gonna get probably they're gonna get bought. They're gonna get bought up. But so they are basically, if you look at the whole spectrum. Oh, well, by the way, before I continue, it's Justin Timberlake. They're being held. So the luxurious resort is owned by Justin Timberlake and Tiger Woods.
Okay.
And this is the resort they're being held at right now. People have during the crash, people were following his Sam Bankman's private plane. It was apparently flying to Argentina, and people were following live whether he was escaping to Argentina, which happens to be also a place where there is no extradition to America. There were rumors that others were also fleeing to Dubai. So it's it's a mess. But he's denying that he has fled to Argentina. FBI is asking for his extradition already. So I think he's in Bahamas, if you read it this way. So he might have to face the judge. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe his donations might have worked. Who knows? But he will have to, he will have to at least, they'll ask him the accountability of what happened. A small mistake can be the end of your era.
Yeah.
Having the wrong people at the wrong location. And before you know it, the company crashes along with the 2 billion, 3 billion that was on there. It's a mess. It's a mess, guys. As mentioned before, there are 10 things that are very very damning. Bankman-Fried loaned $1 billion by his own company, basically moving money around, which we discussed earlier. The empire was run by inexperienced people. She had only she had only 18 months of professional experience when she joined Alameda. And before you know, she was CEO. This was the, as I said before, Nishat Singh, co-founder and engineering, doing the engineering part. He was loaned $543 million.
Was he in
by
the inner
Alameda
circle
Research.
as well?
If I'm not mistaken, yes. Jerry Wang, also part of the inner circle. Let me see. Is it here? Co-founder doesn't say inner circle, but I think he was. Otherwise, he won't get a loan for 543 million. I don't know what kind of. This is, by the way, I think, did I show this already?
No,
This
you
was
didn't.
This was
you showed it. You showed the
this one.
Yeah, that picture. Yeah.
That picture, but this is the other side of that.
Wow. Okay.
This one was already there. So this is a pretty nice location. Partially owned by Tiger Woods and Justin Timberlake. So guys, the big question is, of course, will this be the end of crypto? What do you think, RJ?
I don't think it's the end of crypto. Definitely not. As long as Bitcoin is here and people trust in Bitcoin, I don't believe that crypto will be going anywhere. And I'll go even further. It's not the end of crypto because you see that banks nationwide, central banks especially, are trying to introduce cryptocurrencies under their regulations, of course. So crypto is not going anywhere. If you're asking me whether decentralized crypto is reaching its end, my question would be no as well. And for a simple reason. With the gradual rise of control of nations towards their citizens, do you know what word we used in law school? Not citizens.
Subordinates?
Close. Subjects.
Suckers. oh, sorry, I'm bad. My bad.
Suckers.
Subjects. Okay.
As long as you have governments showing how far they can reach when they want to affect you, how the system, so not only government, but how the system, how far the system can reach to affect you, to cancel you, to find you, when you see how gradually we are losing our privacy, it's unthinkable that people will not try and keep trying to work outside of government control. So I believe that a majority of the people who followed the hype, who got into because of the hype, because of the commercials, might say, to hell with this, but most of the times these people didn't understand crypto anyway.
Yep.
I believe that as long as blockchain, the blockchain technology is here and people trust the blockchain technology, they will try to look for alternatives within the decentralized coins itself, cryptocurrency itself. So I don't think it's the end. I do think that this is a major hit. And this is happening just shortly after the whole Terra Luna fiasco. And what's important to do? Or not important, but what is a common strategy that gets used when the government wants to gain control, or the government, or let's say the system wants to gain control? What's the biggest driving force they try to trigger in their subjects? That's fear. And I believe that there's a lot of fear right now within the crypto community. And they will welcome so not all people, but some people who still see crypto as an alternative will welcome centralized crypto with open arms. You can ask yourself, KaiR, whether we already live in a crypto world, whether the currencies we're using right now are cryptocurrencies, as they are gradually moving more and more towards wire transfers and digital payment. So I think we're going in that direction either way. Is crypto at its end? No. I think perhaps a better question would be whether centralized crypto is at its infancy, is at its beginning.
I do agree with you on that. On both your whole statement and the question, because after I asked you the question, I thought, I should ask you decentralized. But hey, you noticed that and you corrected it. So that's what I think.
It's not a correction necessarily.
It's not a correction, but it's an improvement to the base I put in.
Yeah. Just like Salami did.
Oh man,
it's crazy, man.
Guys, Yeah, I mean, you have the craziest names involved in this. Bankman-Fried or Fried, Di Salami. You have Saylor who's giving his opinion. I mean, you can continue going the whole night long. Anyway, guys, think it's clear. I do agree with RJ on this. Crypto is not going anywhere. This is just, you guys can see this as the beginning of the dot-com era. It's very, you can compare it to that period. There were a lot of companies that went down during the dot-com era because they were empty shells. There was nothing. They had a name. You had, what's the name of that company? I think it's pets.com. It was pets.com. And a lot of dot-coms, but I think it was 45%, about 45% survived, if I'm not mistaken. Among them, Amazon. We know where Amazon is these days. Only the strong will survive. Only the structured ones will survive. This will be a great lesson for everyone involved, for everyone who's watching. Do your due diligence.
Do your due diligence.
Think one thing I mentioned earlier. When you're buying a car, you're doing the research. When you're investing in anything, do your research. Not saying how you should do it, because what I did was basically give you a couple of things, but not saying that that's what you should do. As we already mentioned in the disclaimer, this is not advice, but this is how I would say, do what you think is the best, but at least do your due diligence to find out whether whatever you're investing in is the correct investment for you. And have also the one who's helping you with that due diligence also research them to see what kind of, you have to keep researching a lot.
Research the researcher. Vet the vetter.
Vet the vetter. Yes, that's the perfect way to say it. I think the venture capitalists, I don't know if they will learn, because they are making money hand over fist. I think it's a walk of shame moment. They might try to adjust this in the future, though, because I mean, you can only have so many walk of shames in your record. At a certain point, people will say, "Oh, you are a serial shame walker."
Yeah.
So I think this is a great moment for cryptocurrency or the crypto ecosystem to learn and not do infantile things while running a business, because this is what this boils down to: running it like a kid, thinking that you know better way.
Do you see this as an opportunity for crypto?
Do I see it as an opportunity? Of course it's an opportunity for crypto. Of course. Can only go up after this one.
That's true.
I'm not saying you should invest.
Because we are not financial advisors.
We're not. I don't know nothing about. I don't know nothing. I was looking early at crypto, but I'm not a financial advisor. I don't know nothing about crypto. Best believe that. Well, don't believe it, but best believe that. Anyway, yeah, it's a chance. It's a great opportunity for people to start. I mean, as we all know, I think there is a book written about it, and it's always what people say. I think it's Chinese crisis is written the same way as opportunity or something like that. That's what they say. It's not really, according to my Chinese friend, it's not really the exact way, but it's near it. So people make it their own story.
Yeah.
But in crisis is the best moment to build companies, build new solutions, and I think a lot of companies are being founded in crisis time, and a lot of successful companies are founded in crisis period times, because if you can survive in the desert, if you can survive in the desert, you will thrive when there is water.
Yeah.
In the oasis.
So I want to share with you, at this point in time, I'm actually training for my first ever Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competition.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I haven't told you this. I haven't told you this.
You haven't.
So I'm
You're
actually
scared for my moves. That's why. Don't worry. Don't worry.
So of course. So so the funny thing is that we are actually practicing without air conditioning at this moment. We haven't usually, so it's a closed space. The air conditioning has been, so there are two, but they're both out of order for the last couple of months. And we're actually practicing in very harsh conditions. And the first time I went through it, my body, it was like very difficult. But now, I mean, it's still hot, you can still feel it, but you grow accustomed to it. Your body adapts to the heat. And now that I can, so I know that if I can fight in that condition, I will be able to fight in a more favorable condition. And it does give you a sense of confidence.
Of course it does. Because you're going to the extreme. And you can always, if you reach the limit, then you know you have reached it. So it's confidence. It's a confidence booster. If you can survive that moment, you can survive any moment.
Yep.
So guys, we've shared the link if you want to call in. A couple of minutes left to call in. I think we discussed the main topic, RJ. We've discussed a couple of questions. One important thing I want to say before I leave, in my way of saying it, don't be blinded by, oh, wait a second. No, I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna put this.
Keep it for the.
Keep it for the. I would be blowing my. I would be blowing my thought of the day. This would have. What I'm going to say is great. It's a great last line for the thought of the day.
So we'll leave it for the thought of the day.
I'm gonna leave it for the thought of the day. So. Are you going to do a RJ scenario today, or are we going to say? I mean, this is a. I don't know.
Well, not a scenario, but I do just a question, because we talked longer than I think we were supposed to about.
Yeah,
no, not about the topic. I'm talking about the. I'm talking about the way someone is dressed, you know, the CEO of a company. And you said, no, that's not the thing you check. So what are the things you look at when trying to vet whether
anything or
whether
company?
whether an investment in general would be, so let's say the basics of vetting that you, so this is not advice, this is just information I'm asking.
For me, myself.
Yeah. So how do you vet
I have to
or
think.
screen to see whether a company or an investment, I have to say, is a safe enough investment?
Safe enough investment. Track record of both the company and the team.
Would you invest in a new company, like a recent startup?
I would if I would be able to vet.
Okay.
Vetting is important.
There would need to be, for example, people behind the company that have a track record, for example. It's not necessarily the company itself, but the team.
The people, the team. What is the team? So I said it's a track record of the company and or the team. The market, product. What products are they selling? Is it market fit? And that is with a new company. Is the product they're selling, is it profitable? Or do they have a portfolio of products? Basically, what I'm trying to describe here is basically what is their core? What is their core? What are they doing actually? What are they selling? So team, business. If they are existing company, financial, got to understand the liabilities and assets. I could be forgetting something, but let me see. Let me think. I have that sheet.
Will you
competitors,
competitors,
benchmarking. What else do they do? You want to say something? You want to ask something?
Yeah. So you want to see if you can. So the competitors, to see if you can get a better deal, or to see what the others are offering.
Whether they have a better product.
Okay.
I mean, you gotta check. If your competitor has a better product, you don't stand a chance.
That's true.
The only way you stand a chance is if you have the right team. They can make it work.
Then they would need to convince you that they can make it work despite having a lesser
They
product.
can convince you by showing what's the vision of the company. Oh yeah, vision, of course. Vision, goals, how they want to reach their goals. What kind of goals do they want to reach? You got to understand whatever you're investing. You got to understand. You should be able to tell someone. If you should be able to tell someone what you're investing in, to the point that you understand the business. Oh yeah, business model.
Of course.
When I'm talking, everything is coming up. You got to understand the business, and you should be able to tell anyone about the investment you made and explain to them. Personally, that's how I think about investment. I want to understand what I'm investing in.
Yeah.
If I cannot understand, that's a rule I learned from one of the greatest. If you don't understand it, it might not be the right investment for you. Might be great for someone else. If you don't understand the business model, for example, if you understand the business model of a toilet paper factory, and you can make it profitable, why the heck would you invest in Amazon and you don't? I'm not saying Amazon. I'm giving you
just an example. Yeah.
You don't understand nothing about technical stuff.
Yeah.
Why would you invest in that? You understand the business. Another thing where you can look at it is you can learn to understand the business, but you don't want to go all in that situation. You're investing and you're learning at the same time, but you have to at least have some kind of understanding in what the market is and how it works, and how the business should work, and how the future will look for the business, for the market, for the sector.
Patrick Bet David says, he says it a lot. He says, and I agree, that it was, and Matt Zapala too. It's also from the valuetainment team. But he's known as the money smart guy on YouTube. Also has good content. But he says that he went once to an investment company, and he wanted to invest this money. He said that he wanted to invest his money, and started asking how quickly he could double his income. And the investor told him, or the account manager of the investment company told him, if you want to double your money, the best way to do that, the fastest way to do that,
sell cocaine,
is through your own company, because you can multiply it faster than the investment. So yeah, you don't think so? They were referring to a 6 to 8% return on investment per year.
Of course, if it's 6 or 8%, then of course it's better to do it via your own company. So with investment, it's always in bulk, right? The more money you have, the more money you can return faster.
Yeah.
The best way, so the best way to invest is actually to buy a profitable company at a cheap price or at a reasonable price, and then you make your money back, and then you reinvest it in another company. You just buy big shares in a already working model, which you understand. So partially, I do agree with you on that. You can also buy shares in a very profitable. I mean, some companies these days, when companies go do the IPO, they are a lot of times stretched out already. The growth, there is growth, but the growth is, how can I say this correctly? There will be growth, but they have maxed out a lot of times they time it differently these days. I mean, back in the days, people will go do the IPO at $3 or $2 or $4 and grow towards $500 or whatever. Other times these days, it already starts as 46, 47 when they IPO. They might go down, they might go up. A lot of times, you cannot say what it will do.
Yeah.
But it's better to grow with a company. I think if you do your due diligence, find a great company to invest in, one that's profitable, who's working with a great business model, and it's cheap. And I'm not talking about exactly cheap as in it's $1 or €1 or whatever currency you have. It's about cheap versus the actual value of the company. But because there are companies out there that are being sold on the market undervalued, while they are worth $100, but they're being sold at $50.
And they're
that's
saying
a $50 profit. You're doubling already every time you put it in.
Yeah,
But you can calculate these things.
And they're saying that now in the recession, there are a lot of companies who are undervalued.
So they say.
But we don't know because we're not financial advisors.
Not financial advisor. So they say, guys, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. If the police come here, I don't know nothing. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know nothing.
Cool. Those. So I was just curious to know. No scenario today. Just wanted to know.
Yeah. So I think I did what I said covers it all. Team, business model, sector,
mission, vision,
track record, product portfolio. Yeah. Basically, that's it. I think I might forgot something. Let me put the asterisk to it. I might have forgot something.
All right.
If you think there are more things that have to be added, please add it in the comments. I think that would be. I might forget something, and then you write it down and think, "Oh yeah, indeed, I'll have that also on my list."
Yeah. No, guys. Hey, guys, thank you all for sticking around until the final part of the show. Of course, we will go to KR's random thought of the day. He already made us all curious to hear what he's about to say. He was almost about to spoil the beans, but he said, "No, I'm gonna
tuck it in.
Reserve this."
Oh shit, that doesn't sound right. I'm gonna tuck it in.
I'm gonna reserve this for the end. You sound
Gender
like
neutral.
one of the
Gender neutral.
So, no, but guys, hey, so just to give a quick recap. What a recap this will be. We talked a lot. We actually went into extensive detail of all the shenanigans and everything
down in FTX.
that transpired from the start of FTX to its current state. We talked a bit about the team of the company, who consisted of a lot of people, but the company that was basically ran by
Sam Bankman Jr. Maybe I say Sam Bankman Jr. Yeah.
Did you say Sam Bank?
Oh my god. Sam Bankman-Fried or Fried.
Yeah, Fried. Who
Caroline was
and
doing and Ryan D. Salami. And there are a couple of co-founders. We're making the headliners right now.
Yeah, and the core. So at its core, the company was basically ran by a group of 10 people who were all involved with each other in a polyamorous relationship. We also talked about how the company grew, all the endorsements they received from high-profile people and companies. We talked about how basically Sam Bankman-Fried, or as we refer to him in this show as Sam Bankman-Fried, was basically branding himself, or trying to brand himself, as a billionaire who wants to give back to the community. And KR commented by saying that he wants to give your money.
Oh, that was a great. Oh, I was something to say. What are you going to say right now?
Wants to give your money back to the community. We talked about the tension between. We talked about the tension between FTX and Binance, and how Binance basically
made the move on them.
Made a power move, and not only that, humiliated FTX as well by throwing jabs at them. KR said that Binance is currently under investigation. So yeah, let's see what let's see what what the results of those investigations will be. The core theme, the core question of the show was whether or not FTX, the whole FTX financial scandal, marks the end of crypto. And both KR and I agreed that that was not the case. We both agreed that crypto isn't going anywhere, because you can see that even countries are, or at least the financial banks of countries are introducing cryptocurrency because they see its power. And I argued that the real question is whether or not this marks the start of the centralized crypto, so whether or not this marks the start of centralized crypto. I believe that this whole scandal can function as a, what's it called? Catalyst, yeah, as a catalyst. I definitely believe that this whole scandal can function as a catalyst, but I do not believe that this is the end of decentralized crypto, because as long as there are governments, there are people who want to avoid government intervention. Not necessarily because the stigma is always that they want to do it to do illegal things, but I believe that the majority of people want to do it because they do not, they want their privacy, and they do not want the government to have control of everything, because we've seen, and we are currently seeing how people can get canceled and get robbed. No, robbed is a big word. Can be stripped from privileges, from access to a lot of things, just by doing things that the government doesn't agree with. Not necessarily that things that are wrong, but things that governments do not agree with. So curious to see, but how the, crypto will develop as well. And KaiR mentioned that this moment in time actually marks a moment of great opportunity that can basically have lasting impact, also positive impact for
ecosystem,
on the crypto ecosystem. With that recap,
and your pockets,
yeah, especially your pockets. But the last part is just
speculation,
because we are not financial advisors. Thank God you have a lawyer on this podcast, on this show.
Yeah.
So guys, with that recap, I want to continue with KaiR's random thought of the day. KaiR, please share your random thought of the day with us.
Yes, my random thought of the day is going to be about sports. Well, technically not going to be about sport. The example I'm going to take is a sport example. The random thought of today is about watching out for the narrative that is being used by the media. Technically, it can also be applied to the show, but I'm going to talk about the particular example, which is Aaron Rodgers from the Green Bay Packers. Quarterback, legend. I'm not a Green Bay Packer fan, but I recognize talent. Well, no, I'm not gonna lie. He's just that good.
He's very good.
He's very good. So every year after the season, guys go to do different things in their off time. I mean, it's their off time. So go on vacation after the season, kind of recoup your body. And this season, or this off season, the beginning, Aaron went to do a ayahuasca trip, or how you want to call it, ayahuasca session. Retreat, yeah. And he talked about it openly in the media, and how it felt and how great it felt. some way, somehow, the Packers are not playing that well right now. It's hard to watch their games, to be honest. It doesn't make any sense. Before this, seasons before, last year he was the MVP, by the way, just to give you a broader scope of what I'm talking about. Aaron Rodgers was the MVP two years consecutively. So he's still one of the best at this age. He's still considered one of the best. Somehow, the media tried to create a narrative. Oh, before I continue, at the beginning of the season, his number one go-to guy was traded.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams. He
The
was
Raiders, right?
to Raiders, yes. He was the go-to guy. So just imagine when you have your favorite pen you want to write with. It writes always perfectly, and suddenly you don't have that pen. You have to write with your finger. Or you don't even have a pen. You're writing with... I'm not going to say that. So he's right now playing... They are not playing that good. The team doesn't make any sense. The strategies that are being applied don't make sense. The coach is not as good. The coach was never good, but a lot of times Aaron was saving them. Right now, the team is not set up to play and win with Aaron at the quarterback because he's missing the number one guy, obviously. Somehow, the media has turned this into, because he drank ayahuasca, he did ayahuasca at the beginning of the season, he's now playing bad.
Crazy.
Guys, I'm going to tell you, watch out for the narrative that the media is putting out there because they will, if you watch the game, you see that he still has the arm and still has the vision. It's just the guys ain't catching balls. I'll give you an example. And that's when I knew this was going to be a bad season for him. First game, I think it's either the second or the third play in the first second play. A wide receiver runs out, wide open. The man puts that ball right where it has to be. The only thing the receiver, just so you guys understand who don't watch NFL or football, the only thing you have to do as receiver, I'm not gonna say it's easy. You only have to catch the ball and run towards the end zone. If you're open, it's even easier than when you're being covered. This guy was wide open. Only thing you have to do is catch and turn around. Wide open. He couldn't catch the ball. That's when I knew it's over. This season is done for the Packers. But somehow, what is obvious on the screen, people will tell you differently.
Yeah.
They will turn it in whatever they want to.
Just want to say before you continue, it's scary how the media can just decide to pick a narrative and just run with it.
They are. You've seen it? Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it though.
Okay, but they are. I mean, I've seen multiple social media organizations talk about ayahuasca being the reason. Somehow, I don't know how you can say it. It's obvious that the team is not. It's like saying, I don't know if I talked about it earlier. It's like saying that Brady lost it. No, the team Brady is playing with is not within his skill set.
Yeah.
This is the same thing. I mean, also, I have to add, he is now forgotten about his wife, which we talked about in previous show. Go watch the show again, which we talked about quite extensively about prenups. Very great show. Very good tips.
Yeah. Check it out, guys.
But check it out. So it's the same thing. People are saying Brady has lost it. No, he hasn't lost it. The team is just not built to fit his skill set. I have to be honest, man. I have to be honest. Even as I'm not gonna say a hater these days, because I'm not a Brady hater. I like the guy. I mean, he brought us a lot of joy as Patriots fans, and he still does, because those rings ain't going nowhere, baby. I don't know if you guys, any Cowboys fans around here? Huh? Okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, so guys, watch out for the narratives. People will spin things that are obvious to you and try to tell you that the sky is not blue but green. One last thing before I forget it.
Yeah, I was okay.
When the body or the booty looks too good, it's probably fake. That's it.
Right. On that note, that's a high
We
note.
lost a viewer as well. I guess that anyway, guys.
No. Hey, KR, thanks for your random thought of the day. Guys, thank you for each and every one of you that have stayed with us throughout the whole show. Those of you who supported us with your likes. Remember to subscribe, to like the video, to subscribe. Check out the clips as well during the weeks. Because, of course, a live stream like this is pretty long. We're going over 4 hours now. But we had to, because this was a very extensive topic. And we just wanted to make sure to that we dive. Yeah, we wanted to cover everything. Yeah, and dive deep. But we really appreciate the support of each and every single one of you. Remember as well to check us out on our social media pages, on our Facebook and Instagram pages. We greatly appreciate your support week in, week out. We see how the company is, or at least the company, we see how the channel is growing. Trust us when we tell you that we're putting a lot of work into it. We say it every time. We have some upgrades taking place. We upgrade every week, but we have a great.
We will upgrade till the end of the year. We will continuously upgrade.
Definitely, and I would say continuously. And with respect to that as well, we truly appreciate the feedback we receive from each and every single one of you guys.
Yes.
This was a very good show. We went extensive into the topic. We talked about all the people who affiliated themselves, like big companies, big celebrities, big names. So I think this was definitely one of our more thorough, let's say maybe the best show, but definitely the show
more
where more thorough ones, definitely. So and we do it all for you guys. Guys, tomorrow we're gonna have a special show. Usually we only do shows on Saturdays, but tomorrow we've scheduled an extra show for the week. So I don't know if you want to consider it a second show for this week or the first show of the following week, depending on when you think the new week starts. But tomorrow, guys, we're going to have a show in which we will strive as much as possible to decode Kanye West, the state of hip hop, and can you guess the third? The the future, or at least the impact of politics, developments in the US politics, and everything will be based on Kanye's the statements that he's made during these last couple of weeks. And we're not going to be doing this alone, because we will have our first ever guest. This will be our first ever collaboration. KaiR, maybe you can say something about that.
Yeah, we invited Corey Moses to add more context to Kanye. He's a huge Kanye fan, and he can translate a lot of stuff Kanye says to us, so we can basically discuss up where he's going and what's the point for a lot of things he's saying. And yeah, we hope to. I mean, Corey, we will discuss a lot of things with Corey, like RJ said. It's gonna be a great show. Corey has also a lot of knowledge about politics, or at least he has knowledge about politics in the US and hip hop. So it's going to be, I think, a very good show, very interesting to us as well, because as RJ said, this is our first collab. So this is also a learning moment for us to see how we can structure future collabs and future topics.
Yeah.
So,
and guys, it's really, I would say it's really it will be worth your time to tune in, because we talked to Corey a couple of days ago, and what we can tell you is that he's a deep thinker as well. Someone with original thoughts, and we here at the Double Touch Show, we value originality, and to be original, you have to be free to think.
Yeah.
Let yourself be free to think, and I would say that Corey is definitely a free thinker with very interesting perspectives. So, guys, we hope to see you not next week, tomorrow. Tomorrow. And of course, next week we will have the next regular edition of the Double Touch Show. Guys, thanks once again for all your support. We truly appreciate it. Until next time, guys, take care.
Remember to subscribe, press the like button, follow us on the socials, and like you said, RJ, take care.
Take care. Peace.